Hello, everyone, and welcome to this apocalyptic one-shot delivery. Thank you for joining us for an evening of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm Sean, and I will be your Dungeon Master tonight. We're thrilled to be streaming at twitch.tv/rolltogetherrpg. Tonight's game is set somewhere a little different to usual. We are on another plane on a world called Corazon, which is entering the final days before it is consumed entirely by the elder evil known as Ragnarok. Ragnar's children infest the world, transforming plants and creatures alike into grotesque mockeries of their former selves. The situation seems hopeless, but for one final chance. However, we'll hear more about that shortly.
Yeah, sounds fine.
For those who are new to Dungeons & Dragons, everyone here plays fantasy characters in a fantasy universe. The 5 players each have their own unique character with sheets that tell them who they are, what they can do, their deepest secrets, and what dice to roll. They will mostly be rolling this. A d20, 20-sided dice, to see if they succeed in what they are trying to do. A 20 is heroically good, and a 1 is hilariously good, but for very different reasons. And whilst they play their characters, everything else in this fantasy universe is played by me. People, monsters, the things that are always watching, stuff like that. Between me describing the world and story, the players describing what they want to do in it, and some dice rolls to keep things unpredictable for all of us, we will tell our story. So now I would like the players to introduce yourselves. Can you just give, for the moment, just give us your name, your pronouns, your characters' names and characters' pronouns, and if you would, just roll a d4 for me.
Ooh.
And I will start off with, for no particular reason, Nathan.
Hello, everyone. I am Nathan. So lovely to be joining you once more here on Roll Together. I go by he/him pronouns, and so does my character Quover Quillshake, who is a rock gnome bard. And my D4 is a 3.
Nice. We'll hold on to that, and we'll find out what that's about shortly. But next up, can I ask Nat? Could you please say?
I don't trust it. I don't like it. Hello, I am Nat. I use she/her pronouns, as does my character Nura, who in other places is sometimes known as Dr. Elethnura Durrani, but you don't know much about her. She's a half-elf and a wizard. And I rolled a 2.
2. Cool. Liz, please go next.
Hello, Sean. My name's Liz. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm playing Fade, or Fadewin, which is her full Sunday name. She is a total paladin, who I'm totally excited to play.
Oh.
My D4 I rolled in advance, and it's a 3.
Another 3. Perfect. Evie.
I'm Evie. I use she/her pronouns and apparently introduced myself in the most awkward fashion imaginable. And I am playing Arcana, who also uses she/her pronouns. And Arcana is a half-elf artificer rogue, and I rolled my D4 in advance and I got a 1.
Perfect. And Chris.
Hello, I'm Chris. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm playing Shurgrig, hence go by Shurg, who is a kobold cleric / fighter, mostly cleric. And Shurg also uses they, them pronouns, and I rolled a 1.
1. Perfect. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Thank you, everyone. This stream will run for 3 hours with a roughly 5-10 minute break somewhere near the middle. I can't tell you exactly when that will be because we are improvising. Before we do kick off, however, here is a word from our sponsors. We are delighted to be sponsored by HeroForge. HeroForge offers fully customizable tabletop minis with dozens of fantasy species and thousands of parts to choose from. You can see all of the minis that we designed for this stream in the overlay, and they animate when we enter the combat, so look out for that. HeroForge are fantastic, so do check out the Pro membership where you can get premium access to features ahead of time, and beta access to things, and all sorts of cool stuff that just makes your life a lot easier. And you can check them out at heroforge.com.
We are delighted to be sponsored by Ultra Pro. They make accessories for D&D, Magic the Gathering, and more. My favourite part of their collection are their figurines of adorable power. Here is their gazer. They also make other things such as deck boxes if you play Magic the Gathering. You can find all of Ultra Pro stuff at ultrapro.com.
Hey friends, check out our new sponsor, Phoenix Dice, for a carefully curated menagerie of click-clack math rocks for your delectation. Check out their entire selection at phoenixdice.com, and just so you know, Phoenix Dice are all about living gloriously in the worlds of tabletop games and sustainably in this one, which means their dice are working to be recycled, their packaging is recycled, the dice are made of sustainable materials. It's all great stuff. You should definitely get involved. You can also join us today in chat with a chance to be in a raffle and win some Phoenix Dice of your own. Just put !dice into chat and you'll be in with a chance to win.
We are proud to be sponsored by Alchemy RPG. Reimagine your gaming experience with Alchemy. They're focused on creating immersive cinematic experiences everywhere you interact with tabletop role-playing games. Playing a game, creating a world, streaming, watching live games, discovering new content. Look at all the cool stuff that they are doing there. You can use environmental motion art, scene-based music, seamless character management to run your games over the internet, with upcoming features including homebrew content, streaming overlays, and spectator mode. So go and check out alchemyrpg.com.
We're delighted to be supported by Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms, a Dungeons & Dragons strategy video game that brings together D&D characters from novels, adventures, and multiple live streams into a single grand adventure. Select your heroes and formation and battle through waves of monsters for free on PC, phone, PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch. You can pop ! code into chat for a free Electrum test.
We're delighted to be supported by Neverwinter. In Neverwinter, explore and defend one of the most beautiful cities from Dungeons & Dragons' Forgotten Realms campaign setting as it rises from the ashes of destruction. Epic stories, action combat, and classic role-playing await those heroes courageous enough to enter the fantastic world of Neverwinter. Neverwinter is completely free to play, so set yourself up an account today and pop !NW gift into chat for a link to a free gift.
Check out our wonderful supporters, Elderwood Academy, who make beautiful bespoke gaming-themed gear, including hex chest dice boxes, spellbook deck boxes disguised as bespoke ancient arcane tomes, and scroll and codex dice tower and rolling tray pairings. Make your own with their online designer at elderwoodacademy.com.
This stream will run for 3 hours, and there will be roughly a 5 to 10 minute break somewhere towards the middle. We run shows on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays at 6 p.m. Greenwich Meridian / British Summertime, which is 10 a.m. Pacific Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. in mainland Britain, and 2 a.m. Tuesday mornings in Japan and parts of Australia. On Mondays, we run TTRPG streams. These can be one-shots, 4, 6, 8, or even 12 weeks long. You can always find our latest schedule at twitch.tv/rolltogetherrpg/schedule. On Tuesdays, we have our ongoing campaign, Fracture. And on Fridays, we have our talk show, Talk Together, and Talking is a Free Action, which lasts for 1 hour.
We are Roll Together RPG on all socials, so find us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and even TikTok. Links in chat.
Thank you to our D20 Club on Patreon. You can find a link in chat. Help us make our shows from just £1, $1, or £1 gold piece, and unlock more tiers by joining. Our D20 Club are fab. They've created a fan Discord for us. They've also made a wiki page for Roll Together. You can find that at rolltogether.fandom.com.
Welcome to our podcast listeners, and if you also would like to listen to us via podcast, you can search Roll Together RPG on your favourite podcast provider. If we're not there, let us know and we will add ourselves to that list.
Finally, we play with a diverse group of players who play a diverse set of characters with wide-ranging sexual and gender identities. Our tables are trans and GNC positive, and we encourage and champion trans and GNC players and characters in our games. The DM and players may portray characters that are of a different gender to their own. We aim to avoid misgendering, but acknowledge that it does happen, and have a company policy in place for correcting people on pronouns. If we miss an instance of misgendering, we are open to being corrected, so please do just let us know if you think one has been missed. Do check out !safety in chat for the content warnings, of which there are likely to be a lot, and some of the safety tools that we use through the TTRPG Safety Toolkit. And now, Let us commence tonight's undertakings. Welcome back. So, what follows is a story from a world at the end of its life. We turn now to the planet of Corazon, in the country of Lerva, where a final pocket of civilization has come together to wait out the inevitable. You are some of the last surviving civilized creatures left on a planet ravaged by a disease-bearing elder evil known only as Ragnarok. Either through luck or natural immunity, you have managed to eke out an existence thus far, but the creatures spawned by Ragnar's presence grow stronger by the day, and the planet itself is gradually moving into its death throes. Everything was completely hopeless until the elder of your kind of community, a diviner, managed to predict the location of an ancient shrine to Traviata, the god of journeys, which contains a planar gate. Tectonic activity brought about by the elder evil will cause this long-buried monument to resurface, so all is not lost. However, the diviner was able to discern several things that make it a bit early to celebrate. Firstly, the gate will only resist Ragnar's corrupting energies for a short time. Once it surfaces, there will be a narrow window of opportunity, scarcely an hour or so, before it becomes inoperable. Secondly, the gate's power is significantly diminished. Once activated, there will only be enough juice for one planar traveler. And thirdly, it will be emerging within the crater left by the Elder Evil herself. It is where her influence is strongest and her most lethal creations linger.
Of course.
People have ventured into it out of a vague hope that killing Ragnar may halt the destruction of the planet, but none have returned. A council formed of leaders in the community, elders and experts in their respective fields, have discussed at length what to do with this single one-way ticket, and decided that the moral thing to do is to attempt to prevent Ragnar's pestilence from infecting other planes. A device was already under construction which would help to seal this plane away from its neighbours. However, its creators believe it will have its best chance of working from outside the plane. They have selected a representative to carry the pocket-sized device to the shrine, take the trip, and use it, and to carry a message of warning about Ragnar to the other planes. So you are currently in a large building known as Fortitude, or colloquially the Fort. It is a repurposed storage house, primarily because in order to keep out the worst of Ragnar's infections, they've had to metal plate it a lot, and obviously somewhere with one large communal room uses up far less metal than somewhere with lots of different rooms. So the central room that you are all assembled in acts as an assembly hall, a living space, it's even kind of little curtained off sleeping areas for the entire community that live here, which is only a couple of dozen or so. Ancient Glasstuft, who is an astral elf of immense age and wisdom, and the de facto leader of the council, comes forward to address you, particularly coming towards Quover. And Nathan, would you be able to describe your character and what we see when the elder approaches you?
Would I be able to? I mean, how can I capture this paragon of heroism and selflessness? I'll try, though. Quover is a rather diminutive individual for such a hefty weight that has been placed upon him. He is, again, a rock gnome, so he has kind of long, exaggerated features, and is relatively plain-looking in terms of his physique, in terms of his looks. Really, the only really notable bit, other than the piles of gear and just a backpack bursting at the seams with both provisions and books, it seems like, and letters and documents and all kinds of things, is a very large, curly handlebar mustache that he keeps immaculately waxed, that just kind of go up to just like, kind of like a cow horn kind of thing, where it just points straight up. And he is, again, in fineries, but travel fineries, and is clearly ready for adventure, ready for whatever this high toll is going to be asked of him. And he stands there very solemnly, almost, not quite striking a pose. You could maybe imagine that he was striking a pose, but obviously someone in this sort of a position would not be thinking of the theatrics of it whatsoever. And so looks very, very stoic, very serious, very aware of the weight of the situation.
And as Glasstoft approaches you, bearing a sealed box in a kind of it's just a small container the size of like a hip flask, places it in your hands reverently. Doesn't really say any words at this point, but just acknowledging the weight of the moment. Stood behind Glasstoft are a couple of the other council members, one of whom is quite an austere-looking woman, an astral elf again, with a kind of twin beehive-style hairdo and wearing what appears to be the kind of Renaissance version of like a jumpsuit, is stood and just looking at her nominee that she has put forward as a representative of the Chaos Collective. Evie, could you please describe for us your character?
So Arcana is kind of stood continually fidgeting with various little bits and bobs and screws, has like a big ass gun on one hand, like a wrench with some rods attached, and is always just trying to put them together in different ways. She has like kind of pastely pink, apparently naturally pastely pink hair, kind of done half up, as little bits of grease, little bits of freckles, not very well put together, but looking around very bright-eyed and very kind of alert and up for the challenge.
Cool. She kind of, again, wordlessly just exchanges a glance between you. This is a very important mission, and you've been chosen to ensure that it goes ahead as successfully as it can. So, acknowledging the weight of that moment.
Can I lean in to just whisper to her, Are you sure I should go? Are you sure that you shouldn't go? I mean, you're so much more knowledgeable.
You are the one that the Chaos chose, so.
Chaos chose, the Chaos chose, the Chaos chose, the Chaos chose. Okay, the Chaos chose. I won't let you down.
You will make us proud. Another of the council members, a master artificer who was in charge of the project to design and craft the plane blocking device, again is kind of looking towards the representative that she put forward as someone with the kind of technological know-how who had aided with the construction of the device. Nat, could you please describe Nura for us?
So Nura is a half-elf. She's got short purple hair with a bit of a gold streak. She's got an eye patch, as requested. Although I will say I designed this character model before Ali said that this character should have an eye patch. Anyway, an eye patch that is disguising a bit of a scar that looks sort of a silvery, bluey color coming down from her eye. She is dressed in also a jumpsuit, actually, a blue jumpsuit, covered by a duster jacket, and you'd think someone of her precision would use prestidigitation and keep herself clean and tidy. But it's almost, to those who might be watching and thinking why, it's maybe she's allowed herself to look more scruffy, more dusty, trying to blend in a little bit more. She's probably spent a lot of time, apart from the time working on this item, she's probably spent a lot of time studying everyone around her quietly to try and copy any mannerisms or colloquialisms to really try not to stand out that she's not from this plane.
Stood slightly to the side of I don't think I actually gave her name. Verizian Tamesh.
Great, I'm going to approximate the spelling of that.
Verizian Tamesh?
I mean, everybody knows that I love a good anagram. So Verisin.
Okay, that's way too fast.
No, Sean.
Okay.
I think you'll find the
that's fine.
spelling is BARISINTURMISH.
M-I-Ash.
VER
Uh-huh.
ISI
Uh-huh.
UN
Verizian.
TER
Uh-huh.
MES. M for Mike.
Uh-huh.
If you're watching Mike, that one's for you. Stood just to one side of Verizian is a topaz dragonborn, an arch cleric, and kind of leader of the faith in this in the fort. Again, just gives a upward nod towards their representative. Chris, could you please introduce your character?
An upward nod? I'm fucking tiny.
Yeah, like a. you miss the eye gesture because you're down there, but
They crouch down.
Shergrig tends to go by Sherg. Is a kobold in a tin can. It's a fully armored kobold with a massive shield and an axe, and all of their armor, as well as their skin, has that slightly reddish glow to it, like there are internal flames, which is definitely fun. And they'll catch the what was the dragonborn called?
Gordon Marshfoot.
They'll catch Marshfoot's eye and do like a and will then step forward a bit and just be like ready to go. Like they have been selected to help Quover do the thing, so that's what they're going to do. Yeah.
Perfect. And as Ancient Glasstoft finishes the kind of silent handover of the device to Quover, we'll go over to the fifth member of your troupe, who, although not nominated by a council member, was one of the most vocal and just gave the most fervor when volunteering her services. Liz, could you please describe Fade?
Looking very impatient. And if there could be some kind of this plane's version of an iPhone to check the time, there is a turtle sat. Have they been hollered by someone behind the desk, Sean?
Sorry?
Has someone got their attention yet? Got her attention?
Yes. Glasstoft has approached and is just beckoning for you to join.
This turtle, Fade, she has every scale on her has some form of chip or scar, or looks like a pebble has kind of lodged its way in there and cannot be removed. Her armor is worn on top of her natural armor, and is kind of, it's hard to see which is her and which is on top. But her softer scales are quite bright in hue. Although her non-natural armor looks incredibly heavy, if kind of motioned towards, she will stand up with incredible ease, being very, very strong. Take one look across to Marshfoot, is it? Marshfoot, is it? It's about time, love. I mean, we've been here for ages. I mean, you call us all here and then you make us wait in silence for at least 10 minutes, and then all you do is nod at us. I mean, come on.
So it was actually Glasstoft who went up to you. We'll take that as verbatim, but for Glasstoft, I'm sorry, my dear, but these things, there's a certain amount of gravity that must be acknowledged. Please, time is of the essence. Dawn has broken, and therefore you are at your safest point to make the journey at this point. So do follow me. Ancient Glasstoft will start walking off towards the cart that has been as sparsely as possible, because in theory this journey will only take it will take within the day to make its trip, and those of you who are going to live past that day will not be needing any further supplies. So in the name of speed, they've kind of only provided you really with kind of half a day's provision. The cart on this world, as all carts on this world, is a single-wheeled vehicle consisting of a platform with a large kind of water wheel-sized tire, with a kind of large central hubcap with seating built into it, so that most people can kind of sit on the back, on the seating on the hubcap. There's a slight rim to make sure that things stay in, and then a driver's seat. Due to current events, living steeds to pull the cart would be a liability. So they've outfitted the cart with what's known as a rush machine, which is a bipedal construct that will pull the cart. If you're being generous, the bipedal construct looks like a kind of very wide-hipped velociraptor kind of creature. If you weren't being generous, it looks like a giant plucked chicken.
Not a man. Sorry, a bit of classics humour for you there.
I mean, this has led to it having the kind of nickname because of what it's used for, of just being called a pullet.
Does it have that kind of wide-hipped gait of the roll as it goes?
Sure.
Have double-ended ones that are called push me pull yous.
They certainly do. Why not? So yeah, you are able to kind of load yourselves onto the cart. Nominate a driver. Here we go. Did we nominate a driver?
Yeah, who can drive?
Yeah, I was about to say, who knows how to drive these things?
I haven't done it before, but I wanted to give it a crack.
All right.
They are
be my guest.
They are fairly kind of self-driving. Like you can kind of pre-program them with a destination, so they more or less know where they're going. But there does need to be a certain amount of input when there are unforeseen circumstances in the road, as you may come across. Who knows?
I turn off autopilot.
Feel free. Right, here you go. Good luck. Don't really need to say it, but many lives are in your hands. Really doesn't know kind of what to say in this circumstance, and just they open the it's like a shutter gate, which rolls up into a separate chamber where they will then lower that gate, let you out, kind of two gate system, and you may set out on your journey. Does anyone have anything that they want to say to anyone else before they set out?
Why are they so uptight about us going on this? Like, we know we're not going to make it apart from that one. Gestures at Quover.
Who is not listening? He's got his head down. He's concentrating.
He's got headphones on.
Something.
He's got AirPods in.
They're the best. Do we have a new sponsor that I'm not aware of?
I imagine the sense of worthiness and ritual they've ascribed to it helps them feel less guilty.
So they feel less guilty, but it wastes more time for us.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Well,
I mean,
they'll be dead soon.
I mean, it's all good and well saying there's many lives at stake, but I mean, it's a bit too late to be saying that now, really, isn't it? There's only a handful of lives at stake. So I suppose that takes the pressure off, doesn't it? You know, it's a bit better.
Many lives at stake at the other side, though.
Who's what side? Which side?
Where he's going.
Where he's going.
Oh.
That's where she's headed next.
At that, Quover dramatically stands up, takes his earbuds out. His, I don't know, whatever I don't want to prescribe the lore of this doomed plane, but
go on.
Right away.
Takes his headset off. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Just straight up. Yeah, fair. Put that fix in post.
If we're angling for sponsors, let's go high end. Come on now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll just flap my lips and you guys just dub over it. Don't worry about it. I can come back later. Quover stands up again, very with equal weight of ceremony and pomp and all these things that everything else has been kind of conducted with, and he looks out as the kind of the pull it, whichever one it was, starts to move away. Nat got into my head.
Bop it.
And yeah, exactly.
If you just equipped it with the push it, then it would look like a chicken with a wheelbarrow. So
fair. Okay, that helps in a kind of weirdly, almost strange way.
Function. Never mind.
Quover, as the pullet is kind of pulling away and kind of going through at least this first set of doors, he looks out at anyone who is still here. I don't know if it's one of those things where everyone comes to watch or everyone is like, I can't watch this. I don't know. It doesn't matter to Quover. He stands up. He kind of strokes his finely manicured mustache. And he says, I am a storyteller by training. And any good storyteller knows when a story is at its end. And though this feels like the ending, I will ensure that it is not. We are victims of circumstance, of evil, and our bravery shown through even the darkest moments. Where we go, they will know. They will know that we fought, we sacrificed, and that we used our last moments to help, to care, to love, to protect. And I will make sure that never gets forgotten. Thank you.
Oh, why did they send a poet?
But what happens if he dies? He's just said all that, knowing that, what happens if he dies?
Well, no, he must survive now. The people on the other side have got to hear such clear, direct words to inspire them to survive the same horrors that we have.
It's a bit false advertising, isn't it? You can't go around saying, I'm going to go do this thing and I'm going to do it really well and I'm going to survive. If you're not
Listen, if we let him go,
it's called playing to the crowd. Quover finally breaks his his reverie where it's like, stop your bullshit, please.
Walking through a wasteland. Well, being pulled through a wasteland. What crowd? Us? Look at the four of us. We don't give a shit about this kind of pomp nonsense. At least I don't. Can't speak for everyone else.
This was before we left. Nathan says to Shurg.
No, I am deeply inspired. Please, do continue.
Could I roll an insight check?
I was going to say, I have a passive insight of 14, so let's not fucking toss this shit around.
This.
As the cart does kind of travel out. Sorry, if you're more than welcome to make the insight check. I'm happy for that, and performance check for Nathan as well, just to see how good it.
I know that they say you're supposed to send a poet, but I always thought that was some kind of hyperbole. Like a thing that they say but isn't actually a thing.
30-20.
30-20.
Just seems like a bad idea.
24.
Yeah, I mean, you would all also probably be aware that Quover is Ancient Glasstoft's favourite, so it was hardly a surprise. So as you
So we're adding nepotism to this as well? Jesus.
No, look, I was fully going into this being like, I will protect you to the end, but then this fuckshittery happened, and now I'm not so sure.
What's that? This batch of players whom I have played with before has turned to chaotic murdering? What? No. That's so out of character for those of you I've played with. What?
Yet, Nathan, not
Roll
yet.
initiative.
No.
No, yeah, but I fucking read the room. I also have passive insight. Thank you.
Nepo savior? Is that a new thing?
You can be a favorite because you're very good at something, because you care a lot and you work very hard. Thank you.
Spoken like a true Nepo baby, mate. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna let this simmer, I think. So you're traveling out into, as you say, this desolate wasteland. This once beautiful country that, I mean, you may have been a denizen of, you may have come here afterwards. This land used to have vast spires, many kind of towers forming a city, which is all but leveled entirely. The sky is a sickly, bloody orange, which partially obscures a fractured moon that still hangs in the sky, having been the kind of first celestial body impacted by Ragnarok as she descended on the world, splitting it into pieces. It would almost be beautiful with this kind of orange hue and kind of very yellow and red tones if you weren't aware that the mist was formed by the tiny fleshy spores still just hanging in the atmosphere. But you progress through this space pretty much undisturbed, because this kind of area, even the kind of creatures that have been prowling around have realized that the easy pickings are kind of not here. So they've kind of traveled a bit further out away from where the humans have been protecting themselves a little bit too successfully. You travel for a couple of hours before you reach your first obstacle. A ravine seems to have opened in the earth. Some of the activity of the Elder Evil has cracked the very plates that this land sits on, forming this gorge that extends off as far as the eye can see. It appears that you're not the first ones to try to make your way past it. It's about 30 foot across, but there is a singular rope tied to a post at either end. Presumably, whoever had made this trip before didn't need necessarily to carry a lot over, so you would assume maybe hanging from the rope, just crawled over, commando roll, that sort of thing. Not commando roll, I don't know what it's called. I'm not athletic. It's clear that as is, you're going to struggle to get the clot across. So it's up to you. What would you like to do?
We see how much further we're going to have to go after this ravine.
You are aware that the journey is going to take, in order to get there for the point when the shrine is due to emerge, it's going to take the best part of the daylight hours.
So we've got hours ahead of us, going at the cart's pace.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Anyone got any bright ideas?
I'm working on it.
I will clarify. You could make it, but you would really be pushing it fine if you didn't have the cart. So abandoning the cart is an option, but obviously you'll be then traversing the much more dangerous countryside.
I could potentially build something with the power of my gods, but it would take an hour. Is that time that we have?
Are there any trees nearby or materials?
behind you, there are the wastes of the kind of former cities. So you might be able to go through the rubble, see what you can find. There's not really any trees, though. Most organic matter has grown into kind of grotesque new life forms. A lot of the trees have literally just kind of grown sinewy muscles and pulled themselves out by the roots.
Awful.
Well, Shug, if you're gonna make something, don't touch that tree because it'll bite you. No,
I'm not a fucking idiot.
You're in a tin can, but okay, all right, that's fine.
What? Nothing can fucking touch me in here.
If it fits your sits, I understand.
I'm gonna go find some bits of metal or something. And just like slightly grumpy, like goes wandering off into rubble looking for like bits of metal to use. Artisan's blessing, if you'll allow, Sean, over the course of an hour to make a metal bridgey style thing. It can't be too big or too sturdy, but
I will go and help Shug go and acquire some more heavier material.
Yeah, how far across was it again?
30 feet.
30 feet.
Are there any bodies of water nearby? Or is this is
the deserts. This is the rolling plains.
Yeah. The wastes.
wish I'd realised that before I took shape water as a cantrip.
I have the Wanderer song from Fallout in my head. So. Wanderer.
Now, I would definitely say that you would have set out with water skins. You can take a leaf from Eltrion's book and have a water skin.
True.
If you
I don't
wish
think
to
we
use
have
that.
enough water to make a fancy frozen style icy bridge, but
You can only affect 5 feet at a time anyway, so it'd be.
Be some high octane jumping though. We all like it's like a timed puzzle. We all have to jump at all the exact same time.
Sounds very Zelda.
Just form a ramp and then just run the pull it up it.
I mean that sounds great. Let's do that.
Yeah. Do we find it's mostly metal that I need, so just sort of discarded bits of metal to try to so I can start like asking Fade to carry, because I mean I'm quite strong, but I'm small.
Either both of you roll investigation or one of you roll with advantage. I'm happy with either.
Sure. May I roll survival?
Or go on.
If you'd like to roll with advantage,
I mean-
sure you may.
Oh, I'd love to. That's a 28.
28. Yeah, it doesn't take you too long. You, being that these are kind of the remains of a destroyed city, you can kind of figure out, okay, well, you know, there's this bit looks like it had a window, so near to that there's probably bits of infrastructure and stuff that you can pull out. So you do manage to find what is it you're particularly looking for? Or it's your forge thing, you can construct something to...
Yeah, all I need is raw materials, and then I can use my channel divinity to forge them into something. Like it's only got to be 30 foot long and about 5 foot wide, because just one wheel going across it, so it's not too bad. So it'll probably be relatively precarious, but manageable, definitely. Do we get all the parts together? Can we get everything we need?
And could we have like brought some too, you know? Like I'm imagining, especially with like the abilities that we have, knowing that like there might be weird traversals. I could see being like, I don't know, and then we brought 10 pounds of of iron ingots, just because why not?
I think that between your investigation rolls and any kind of prepping that you might have done, especially as you wouldn't be particularly picky, like the shape that the metal takes doesn't matter to you. So yeah, you are able to bring enough material that, following your hour-long ritual, you will be able to make the item you want.
If all of that metal is placed sort of next to the ravine, I will kneel down next to it and place my hands upon it and start saying things in Draconic. Does anyone speak Draconic?
No, but
No.
Arcana will look very interested and try and figure it out with different roots of words.
Okay. I start saying
Arcana
things in
is
Draconic.
fascinated.
It sounds terrifying.
They sound terrifying. I speak deep speech. So,
and John, if possible, I'd like the metal to almost like become superheated, mold together, almost form a like snake-like draconic shape, and then morph out into this bridge that then settles and all the sides form in and up, and then it is done. It is done.
Now I'm imagining the bridge that Goku crosses to get to King Kai's in Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Serpentine. Nice. So you can.
Sorry, Sean. Important question. Does it have safety rails?
No, Nat. Safety rails are for losers.
We scoff at safety rails in this party. We embrace the peril.
Look, you didn't hear what I said, but I can say pretty guaranteed sure that the Great Queen Tiamat would not approve of safety rails.
I was going to say, Shirk is like,
She'd be like,
guys, the plane is ending. I can finally eschew all of the safety regulations that have been hoisted upon me by the disgusting non-dragon overlords. Fuck safety rails.
Tiamat loves Rainbow Road, like favorite
Tiamat
course.
loves Rainbow Road.
love
Absolutely
that,
loves
yeah.
it. Yeah, there's all the colours.
It's in the canon.
I'm using my shaped water to make safety rails to.
Just for you.
As this hour-long ritual takes place, what are the rest of you kind of doing? Eve, you said Arcana was just kind of studying, like watching this come about. Anything else?
Yeah, and just kind of being like, oh my god, that's really cool. Okay, how are you doing that bit there? Can I help? Is that like this? And just trying to figure it all out as it goes.
I can't hear you.
I don't think they can hear you, love. I mean, feel free to speak up. I think maybe if we project, they might be able to hear us a little bit better.
I rolled a 6 on performance. I'm ignoring you.
Hang on. Well, as my roguishness, if I roll an insight on any to see if someone's lying, it just counts as an 8 as the base. So it's like, well, fuck you then. You're not making it to the other side if Chaos has anything to say about it. Anyway, who else has got something interesting going on?
I think I would be arcane eyeing to send that out for scouting ahead, seeing what's up ahead, what's going on.
Okay. Does it give you any kind of bonus, or is it just like a perception roll to see what you see, that sort of thing?
I mentally receive visual information from it's an invisible eye that hovers in the air. It's concentration. It can move 30 feet at a time, but it can... it's got normal vision, dark vision out to 30 feet. I can move it up to 30 feet, and I can basically just keep moving it for the whole hour.
What direction would you like to send it?
We did this calculation on Warriors of Waterdeep. It was how far it could go in an hour.
Miles. It was. It wasn't as many miles as you'd hope, but it was a certain number of. Yeah.
You've got 360 degrees around you. Where would you like to send it?
I think if we're going to be sat in one place for a little while, then we're vulnerable. So I'll do a quick scout around the village that we're nearby to make sure nothing else is moving.
Okay.
And then I will send it in the direction we are going towards the temple.
Perfect. And without knowing the exact distance, and anyway, distance is not my forte, I will try and kind of give you as best as an assessment as I can. Behind you, around in the kind of cities, looks pretty deserted. Anyone kind of sentient, like civilization, has retreated to one of the kind of smaller survivor camps, like the fort. And any kind of creatures have either been kind of hunted for safety, or have made their way elsewhere where they can hunt each other, or those people who are without wits enough to be traveling their direction.
Hey, hang on. Are you saying there's a Thunderdome nearby? Can we just go there?
There's probably several survivor camps that are just dedicated to all of those illegal things that would be frowned upon were it not the end of the days.
Chris regrets not playing Lord Humongous. Let's put that in there. There we go.
There was a point of this journey where I thought about playing Tony again.
Oh, bless.
Hey, Dolly.
Decided Tony was a little bit too precious to risk in a
totally
probably die
fair,
adventure.
yeah.
going off in the other direction, you can see that the path ahead of you, the kind of path that you've been designated, which is pretty much just as the crow flies as best you can. There's not really the time to be kind of going around, so you've kind of got to travel where you've got to go. You do pass odd pockets of monsters that you can see kind of off in the distance. This plague, it doesn't just affect humanoids, it affects all sorts of creatures. So you do see kind of some creatures that look like they may have once upon a time been dragons, but who have been malformed, their legs kind of pointing out so that they have the ability to walk in all sorts of different directions. Their heads kind of becoming a strange fifth foot, and in the center of their backs, what appears to be kind of a gaping maw that has formed, which their wings just shovel food into.
You said it, and now I can see his crab dragon. He's moving that side, stepping all the time.
All things tend towards crabs. Crabbin, yes.
That's a thing, isn't it?
There's another creature that kind of catches your eye that it's... Actually, give me a history roll as well, just on top of this, and I'll tell you whether you kind of have been around long enough to recognize them.
It's your long-lost mother. She's now a tree.
And now she bites.
I'll say whilst this arcane eye is transporting, Nora is probably sat cross-legged relatively close to where Shurg is crafting the bridge, and is sort of, again, like there but a bit spaced out, and has a sketchbook, notebook that she's like every so often, if there's something like the creatures that catch her eye that are like, ooh, that's wacky and different, we'll sort of fire off a quick minor illusion to sort of do a photo of one, so then she can sketch a more permanent version of it, and add it to the notebook, and then fire off another minor illusion.
And I seem to remember that Arcane Eye doesn't impair your own vision as well, so you kind of see it overlaid, don't you? Like, you can still perceive what's around you. Not that that's going to be useful. 14. 14. Cool. I think that's enough that you would be aware of these creatures. It's... The best way to describe it is it's kind of like several torsos fused together.
Great.
The back end is just kind of some very muscular arms with atrophied legs that have kind of fused together into a sort of quasi tail, and then several layers of torsos going down this creature towards the maw, which is kind of like a gaping wound at the head, with the remnants of its tongue just kind of lolling out.
Right.
It uses the tongue to wrap around the legs of other creatures, which it then draws into itself, fuses itself to, and becomes one body longer.
Sean, did someone hurt you? Or like...
You're among friends,
What?
Sean, you can tell us.
Yeah.
With your...
It's just a Cronenberg, chill.
Yeah.
With your 14,
Famously
you would know that...
normal person.
Yeah,
David
totally
Cronenberg.
fine. Nothing with Derek Cronenberg.
With your 14, you would know that people tend to refer to these creatures as chokers. Because once you're in their grips and they've kind of clamped down on you, you start to kind of asphyxiate until you become part of the whole.
And how many of them are there?
There's a couple kind of tromping around. Some particular, they're a bit off the path though, so you feel like you should be able to skirt them if you don't go too noisily.
Right.
The only question I have, Sean, is do they have the voice of Alan Rickman?
They have no voice. They are
Here
silent.
I am, so many bodies, and all I require is more.
How do they talk with the tongue, though? Like,
no, they're telepathic, because it makes it brilliant. The whole thing is a nightmare, but in your head you'll just hear, hello.
I'm going to eat you now.
Would you like to join my collective?
You can be the next torso in my chain of torsos.
Please continue, Sean.
Reality show.
Yeah, I would say that those are
got
kind of,
talent.
those are the more kind of obvious creatures that you spy. You don't at this point see too much. Everybody else, and actually Nora, because you do have your faculties. What's your passive perception?
Oh, ridiculous.
19.
14.
19.
22.
That's quite good, I think. Yeah, 18.
18. Because you were only ignoring, weren't you? You aren't. Definitely, yeah. And
I'm ignoring the talky one.
11, Sean, just so you know.
Okay. So I think Nora probably. Sorry, what was Sherg's again? Just
18.
It was 18. Yeah, I didn't think it would broke 20. So Nora probably hears first, and then kind of going down through. I think Quo was 19, wasn't it? Then to Sherg. Arcana, you kind of start picking up on a noise that you're kind of listening out. You're not too sure what it is. Just this kind of rasping, rubbing, almost like kind of strings just being kind of slowly.
Squeaky cello.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of noise. It's kind of starts to become apparent towards the end of the hour as the bridge is getting finalized. But you can't currently tell where it's coming from.
Heard this noise before.
Roll me a history check.
There we go. History, that's dirty 20.
Dirty 20. I think with a dirty 20, you would be fairly confident that you haven't heard it before. Like, you otherwise might have been uncertain, but you're kind of thinking of all the horrors you've seen, this noise seems to be new.
Sure. How is your bridge coming along, dear?
Well, it's nearly there. I mean, look, it's
It's beautiful. Is it stable? We were alone when you started. We might not be for long.
Can I, as part of constructing it, walk out onto it and jump up and down?
Sure.
I'll remind you that I am in a tin can and, despite being small, have quite a high mass.
I mean, this thing's got to support the weight of the cart and the pullet. So you would have probably made it as sturdy as you could, given the time and constraints of the ability.
I will walk out, jump up and down. It's some very loud clangs as I do. Go gong, go gong. Yeah, it seems fine to me.
Let's go.
Yeah, we should probably go sooner rather than later. Sounds like there's an awful cello monster nearby or something horrible. I don't know.
Oh, no more bards.
As you have walked out onto the bridge, you do notice that the acoustics above the ravine are a bit better, and you think that this noise is coming from below you.
I look down.
You see, scaling the walls of this ravine, a couple of dozen creatures. They're humanoid, but with two sets of upper limbs. They're kind of very closely placed, as if a normal humanoid's arm has been split down the center, with both sets of arms retaining two fingers and the upper set retaining the thumb. And they are just kind of scaling up. They appear to be very deft climbers. Some of them kind of spring and cross the other side of the ravine in a sort of wall jump as they do. You also, with your very high perception, notice a much larger figure, a bulky creature that looks like it may once have been an ogre. Its upper limbs have become elongated and its hand fused into a very sharp-looking hook, which it uses to claw its way up this wall.
Just great.
How far away are they, Sean, from the vehicle that we are in?
They will be there imminently.
We've got company.
If they reach 30-foot fade, I don't know if anyone's specifically looking her direction, but one by one her scales begin to they look like they're peeling off, like drying out and peeling off. She's going to channel Divinity Dreadful Aspect and look at anything that's in 30 foot. You see the eyes kind of sunk sink back into the skull. She looks like she's dying as she looks around, drying out. Could they all roll a wisdom saving throw, any of the creatures that would be coming our direction, please?
Amazing.
Absolutely. There are a few that are kind of already within that 30-foot range. I will just roll for the two different types.
Cool.
Could you tell me, is this a frightened effect?
It is frightened. Why do you ask, Sean? What makes you ask that question?
Some of them are immune to being frightened. And I rolled a wisdom, you said?
How wise are they feeling?
17.
God damn it.
Sorry.
That's a little over the 15 that was needed, Sean. Okay, so Fade looks fucked up. That's all that happens.
Hey,
no one else knows what the heck is going on. Fade looks fucked up.
Can I run to the far side? Yeah, I want to get to the far side. Because is the bridge finished? Like, I've completed the...
You've completed the bridge, yes.
I'll clank over to the far side of it and basically start probably using a sacred flame at first to try and pick off the ones that are getting too high and trying to knock them back into the ravine so the cart can come over.
I think this is probably, therefore, a good time to roll initiative.
Yay!
Oh,
cool. Boy.
I will ask for them in kind of descending order. So did anyone roll over a 20?
24.
21.
22.
Okay, so 24, 22, Evie, you said? And 21, Nathan.
Quite.
Hey, look, you've got to dump something.
Anyone between a 15 and a 20?
17. I feel the need to do this because Nat did it earlier, and I liked it. 17.
17. Chris, what did you roll?
8.
Okay. So that is an order then. I will say that as you started readying the spell, you can fire one off before we get into the round proper.
A sacred flame?
Yes, please.
Cool. I will get to the end and shield up and swing the axe around in an arc, and the flames, the flaminess of it, the head of the axe bursts into flames, and I concentrate that heat, like, try and burn one of them off the side of the ravine. Dex save, please.
Oh, a dex save.
Yes, please.
Oh, that's not good. That is a 9.
3 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
Yes.
It's better than nothing.
Terrible.
Cool. And with that, we get into the round. Nat, you are up first.
Yes. So you said we're towards the end of that hour anyway, right? Or the hour is finished?
The hour's finished.
Right.
They're just kind of cresting this gorge at this point.
That's fine. My arcane eye has faded. Anyway, I'm assuming I didn't see anything beyond the chokers in the distance. Just want to check. I know there's more prescient things now, but
no, you kind of started to get towards a kind of mountain pass that you would have had to kind of start cresting over, and then things started to happen your end, so you probably would have.
Fine. Great. Nora gets up, closes her sketchbook, pops it away. She's got a nice big like wrist device on her left arm with various dials and nodes and things on it, and she kind of flicks through and then pulls at a little knob on it, and a fine piece of thread comes out. It doesn't undo. It's almost like pulling on a toy where you got a pull string toy kind of thing, but it's like a fine goldy brass color, and whispers a couple of words and is looking down the edge of the ravine at the you said the ogre's climbing as well.
Yeah, it's kind of you can see it's just this hulking, bulky creature covered in layers of hardened scab and muscle, with these kind of clawed fused hands that help it to climb.
Lovely. Very nice. And preferably, I'm going to be walking across the bridge as casting this to try and get on to the other side. And leaving the cart to someone who's been driving it already. And pulls this thread out, looks down at the ogre, and murmurs, "Look out, they're everywhere." I've cast Enemies Abound. Could it please take an intelligence saving throw?
Okie dokie. Ooh, that's 6 on the dice, -2, 4, please.
No, that does not succeed. It loses the ability to distinguish friend from foe. All creatures it can see are enemies until the spell ends. Each time it takes damage, it can repeat the saving throw. Whenever it chooses a creature as a target for attack, it must choose the target at random from among the creatures within range of the attack.
Okay.
Please.
Absolutely.
If it provokes an opportunity attack from the affected creature, the creature must make the attack if it's able to.
Nice. It appears to be disoriented for a second and then starts looking hungrily at the other aberrations scaling the wall alongside it.
Good.
Do I get to it was only 30 feet across? Do I get to probably like 5 foot from the end, I guess?
Yeah, you wouldn't have been far away from the mouth of the bridge as you were canonically sitting right next to Shurg, right?
Yeah.
So you're basically across, just... Yeah.
A short hop away from the edge.
Should it be required. Cool, if that's everything on your turn.
I think bonus actions wise, that's it for now, yes.
Okay. Evie, you're up next.
Oh, so is there actually much I can do while trying to get this thing across the bridge?
You can definitely start kind of picking things off. There are creatures like climbing up and who are now in view. Their kind of faces elongated and fused into a kind of hardened beak.
Right. Is there any way I can put autopilot back on but kind of supercharge it so they can go across a bit faster?
I'm happy for you to use your action to dash.
Dash the cart? Yeah.
Yeah.
I will attempt to dash the cart. Is Quover still on the cart?
So Quover, and I was going to talk about this later, but I think Quover has been going up to everyone and like essentially doing interviews. And so wherever the most amount of people are, like I was imagining Quover has been like, Quover came up to you and started asking very specific details about your life, and you would become very obvious that he already knows a lot about you. And it's just like, so I heard that there was this one time that this, and this happened, and I just wanted to clarify, blah, blah, blah. So wherever the largest grouping of people still would be who had not said, hey, fuck off, I'm trying to work here, is where Quover would be. So if I could get input on that, that is the answer.
Take that back. If you are in 30 feet of me, that is fine. I kind of do a, yeah! And kind of, I don't know, slap the push-hits just to kind of get them to go, I don't know. I kind of take my gun, does a little rotation, pull it out, make sure it's got the right thing, level it at Quover, and just say, don't make me regret this. Pull the trigger, and you have Sanctuary cast on you.
Thank you.
Don't make me regret this. Kill Quover. Well, that was quick. Good, all right.
Just push him into the ravine.
This is Sparta! Great, fantastic. And that's everything on your turn?
Yep.
Right, Nathan.
Super boost was the action.
Yeah. Nathan, you're up next.
Okay, so I am sanctuaried. I have a quick question for you, Sean. So these creatures, generally, I wasn't one of the ones who rolled a history check or anything like that to identify them. So I can now, or if this is just something I would know from kind of the process of like the fuckification of creatures on this plane. Are they just kind of like mindless, we see movement, we want to go, or sense life or something, and we want to go rip that thing apart? Or are they a little more intelligent? Because that changes what I want to do a bit.
Most of the creatures, once they come under Ragnar's influence, will basically just start trying to make other creatures like them.
Okay, so
Nathan, there's always a Bob. Come on, there's always a Bob. You know it. There's always one that's like, no, I have feelings. That's a Day of the Dead reference. Doesn't matter. Cool.
Hold on, I'm gonna make sure. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so I'm under sanctuary, so can't cast it. Well, without ending it, can't cast a spell that affects another creature. So what I'm going to do is just to see what happens. In one of Quover's many backpack pockets or pouches or strapped around his neck or his fanny pack or whatever that he has, he pulls out a small kind of like a pan flute. Actually, it's not that small. It's quite large in his hands. And he just does like a little twill on it, and a large swarm of rats appear on the wall of the cliff as they are kind of like running up and scampering, as he has used his pipes of the sewers to summon a swarm of rats, and it's just said, pay attention to those, let's go. And his heroism has dropped just a little bit, and is going to hope that will be some amount of distraction just to buy a little bit more time for everyone, while also keeping his sanctuary up. Is there anyone who all is left? Like, who all is not on the bridge at this point? Is it just Shurg?
Nora's also on the other side, and the cart's also moved on the other side as well. We're all there.
Oh, well, that's what I meant. Is I didn't know if we had all like traversed to the opposite side yet.
Was Fade on the cart?
I was with everybody else. I assume I will have been interviewed at some point during this battle, so...
Yeah, you had gotten off the cart to aid with finding the metals and stuff, so yeah, you never said you got back on, so... Cool.
Well, that'll be it then.
Lovely. Yeah, so the rats are there now, and you can see now as these creatures are cresting the ravine, that the source of the noise, because they don't seem to make any they don't issue any sounds themselves, but the noise appears to be from the scraping of shorn bone against bone as they kind of scale this cliff and they just rub. It's kind of akin to drawing a sheet of glass paper down a chalkboard.
Ooh.
Yes, it's your turn.
Now, Quava, I will answer your questions when I've got a minute, but there's some more urgent things happening. Right. From my perspective, I thought I was on the cart, but it's fine. I'll be wherever. I don't mind. Do I see any creatures kind of coming over the tops of this ravine? Any creatures nearby? What's the closest thing to me?
There, at present, are 5 of these... the smaller creatures. You haven't seen the big one. That seems to have been kind of more in the center of the group.
Got you. Well, in that case, Fade is laden with lots of weaponry, one of which is a broken sword, the other is a working sword. But she also has 5 javelins, 2 of which she's going to use right now. So 2 of the smaller creatures she's going to fire a javelin at. So I'm going to roll to see if they hit. That could have been a natural one. Fortunately, it was a 21 instead.
21 hits.
And the second to hit is 26.
Both hit.
May I smite both of those?
I think so.
Smite both of those?
Yeah, I'm sure you can. If you want.
I would like. Are they considered fiends or undead, Sean?
Most creatures under Ragnar's influence would be aberrations.
Got you. That's fine. The weapon damage, so the javelin piercing, that's 21 points in total from the 2 javelins which have just whistled through the air. The smite will follow, and the smite looks confused. The smite has an icy ring to it, but it kind of melts before it reaches and then just drowns them in water. I'll do 2 second level smites. The first is 14 points of smiting damage. The second is 18 points.
Nice.
And that's on top of the damage you'd already
Correct. Yeah.
done? Yeah, 2 of them just explode in piles of broken body.
Take that, you filthy, filthy creatures.
Get on this side.
I'll then run to where I need to be. Come on, Quover.
Lovely, yeah. And I did forget to ask, did Quover run after the carts?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've kind of got two of you on like in front of the cart, and then the other 2 of you just kind of meandering over this bridge.
He's kind of doing that awkward thing where he's like not afraid of heights, but like being cautious of heights, and where he's just kind of like sliding side to side with his feet never leaving the ground, and just kind of like
Hey, this bridge is made out of metal and has no safety rails. So
right.
I think as Fade passes, Fade would grab whatever part of Quover she can find and pull him along.
He's exceptionally scoopable, so
You consider yourself scooped.
and that's I think one of the greatest traits a hero can have.
Absolutely.
Anyone.
What a
Quover
scoop.
scooped until the end.
What a scoop.
Anything on for the rest of your turn? No.
No.
Lovely. In the gorge, those of you who are watching would notice as the large, bulky, scabby creature sweeps its claws out, narrowly missing initially one of the other crawlers that are scaling the wall, and then with a second backhand manages to sweep it off of the wall. Which I'll just double check. Yeah, indeed. Just cleaves it in 2, and the 2 disparate halves just fall away into the void.
does it still make humanoid noises? Like, does it Wilhelm as it goes?
The beak-like faces don't appear to be able to make any noises. It just kind of rasps as it rasps silently as it falls. Darth Maul-like. Chris, you are up next.
Is everyone across the bridge?
Yeah,
we kind of got to hold up, really, because I couldn't quite make it across. So everyone's stuck behind me.
Yeah. Well, and same with me. Like, I have short, stubby little legs no matter how far I'm scooped. So, like, there's only so far I was able to do.
Is this where Chris can technically just total the entire party?
Yep. fuck reality.
I mean, so much for part 2.
The CRs of any further encounters are going to remain the same, regardless of how many people are left over. So it's up to you.
Come on, what's the hold up? And I will hold a spell. Sean, do you want me to send you a message as to what it is?
Sure.
Yeah. I'll just say it. I'm holding a wall of fire. Once everyone's across, I'll place a wall of fire directly at the end of the bridge, down the side of the gorge. Everything will die.
Okay. Yeah. And they'll burn the wall of fire.
The wall of fire.
Are you holding anything? But you can't hold anything else. Not
I'm holding my shield. I'm holding my axe. There's like I will say I'm going.
Holding your bladder.
Hope in their heart, I think, probably is another thing. I think we can all agree.
There's need more reasons for you to not survive this, Nathan. Come on.
And there is like a genuine holding. They appear to be holding black flames that are about to burst out of them. Like they look like they're a little atomic bombs going, ready to just explode. But
nice.
Come on.
Okay.
Patience.
So once everyone is across, that will be it. So there were 5. Now only 3 on the other side of the crevice, which they are going to start running towards to harry those of you at the back. And on the side that you're at, there's now another 4 that have managed to make their way to that side.
Sure.
So that is going to be the 3 at the back. It's 1 each, basically. I didn't actually plan that, but yeah, it'll be 1 each. And each of them makes 2. Oh, no, am I looking at the wrong one? Each of them Yeah, they do make two claw attacks as they kind of
Little
with their
tinkers.
with their cloven arms.
Fucking boo.
I am going to just kind of go by my screen because I haven't got time to work out alphabetically who goes first. So, Chris, you're currently at the top of my screen, so you're going to take the 2 from a creature that has just scaled up next to you and is
That's fine.
running towards.
Yep.
That's a 19 on both dice, which is plus stuff.
It matters how much stuff it is plus.
It does matter? Okay.
Yeah.
It's plus 4, so they're 23s.
That is my AC.
I didn't know that, but I know that now.
Hey, Forge Clerics, I'm a tin can, I said so.
It's a heckin' tin can.
It is a D8 and...
Any reactions I can do to raise that slightly? No. Shame.
Don't get
Oh,
shield
it's
as a
like
Forge Cleric.
good silvery barbs it.
Ooh, interesting.
It's up to you. You can do one of them.
They look like they're going to hit hard. I suppose everyone's weak at the moment anyway, aren't we? Oh, go on.
Sorry?
Okay, silvery barbs. Yeah, one of them misses.
Right.
So I will take out the one that matches that dice and leave you with a solid 3 points of damage. They did not hit as hard as you may have thought.
Hang on. Con save with advantage. To maintain the spell, 22.
As long as it's not to maintain the bridge, we're all good.
No.
Cool. That was on you, Chris. Nat, you're next.
I am giving the advantage to myself, by the way.
Of course you are.
Absolutely fine. That is a 23 and a 14.
Okay, for the 20, the 14 does not hit. For the 23, as a I've
your
just
turn.
used my reaction. I've just used my reaction, but it's not my turn. This is the second round of attacks.
Yeah, this is just the attack on you. Sorry.
This is the price of being generous. Okay. I cannot use my chronal shift on me. Okay.
That's okay. It is 5 points of damage as these kind of grime-crusted nails rake down you.
If you shout that out, you will get a, it is appreciated.
Well, loving the 19s on this dice for some reason.
Put it away, Sean. Try a different one.
Chuck it away.
Nathan, you're next on my screen. That is another 23 and a 15.
To roll a
Oh.
wisdom save.
Sorry?
Needs to roll a wisdom save.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I will do.
Man, it's really I always appreciate people who remember buffs that they've cast on other people because I sure as hell never do.
Which reminds me, anyone within 10 foot of Fade does get +3 on their saving throws.
Yes.
Which is everyone.
Just because of
Including this monster. Cool.
That,
oh, my choice.
that's an 18 on the dice, but on wisdom they do have -1, so that's a 17.
Well, meets beats.
Yeah. But very close. Okay, so I think that was a 14 and that was another 23. So how many of those hit you?
All of the above. I'm not a heavily armored gnome bard, believe it or not.
That is a total of 12 points of... moving around, Evie, you are up next.
Cool. Love that.
Not so well. That is a dirty 20 and a 14.
And a 40. Okay, so technically one of those hits me, but I'm going to use my reaction to pull up a shield. A
so neither
magic
hit.
shield, bringing my AC to 21. So
Yeah. No hits. And Liz, finally, that is a critical hit. And no, sorry, miss. Critical miss. It was a 1.
You took me on a journey then, Sean. We went from
Sorry, I am sorry.
the miss. My heart was in my mouth.
It's because my brain was going, well, that's a miss and that's a hit, and it went, oh, well, that's a critical.
Critical hit.
18. 18 on the other one, which I don't think.
18 does not hit, sadly.
No, did not think so.
For you.
That is all of the climbers. So back to the top of the round and Nat.
Right, good. I'm just going to get off this bridge and I keep concentrating on my ogre friend. How many climbers are left at the top?
There's 4 that scaled. 2 of them weren't quite close enough to make their attacks, so they're kind of.
Did we not get rid of
swarming
a
in.
couple?
On the other side.
Well, a lot of them are really eating rats now, so I can only assume that kind of single-handedly really put a dent in their numbers. But
So there's 2 right on the edge that are swiping, and then there's 2 further down.
Yeah.
Of the 2 that are swiping near the edge, have either of them taken damage already?
One of them, yes, was the one that got sacred flamed.
Great. I'm gonna hit a little button just on the underside of the arm thing, and it's gonna hear a dolorous bell in its head. Can it please make a wisdom saving throw?
That is a 17.
Oh lordy, meets it beats it.
They're so
Sorry.
wise, these things.
Yeah.
I am going to put aside this dice and see if you have better luck with one of the other ones.
Hey, they're rolling well. They're rolling well. That's just a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is me we're talking about.
No, that's it. It's if it passes, it passes. There's no half damage on Toll the Dead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dang. All right.
Is that
I'm
everything
off
on
the
your
bridge
turn?
and out the way though.
Yeah.
So
You'll be able to mount the cart shortly, I imagine. Evie.
Is there anything between the cart and the other end that I'm currently waiting on to get there?
I believe that there would probably be one of the creatures that ran across in your path in order to attack Shurg.
Okay. And how far away from the other end are we at the moment?
You're like 2.5 feet.
Cool. I may as well just kind of go ham at it. Would you say that there is someone else within 5 feet of this enemy?
Canonically, it is attacking Shurg, so yes.
Cool. I take the gun and I kind of crank it a little bit to a different setting. I just kind of bring it back down, and I'm going to use it to cast Firebolt
Nice.
at it. For a 26 to hit.
Yep, hits.
Okay, so that is 2d10
Mhm.
plus. Hang on. D10, where are my dice? Why did I not get these out ahead of time?
They are the hardest ones to spot, I find.
It is my. Where is my note?
12s.
It is my arcane firearm, so I have another d8 plus 2d6 sneak attack damage.
Boom.
Okay, ooh, okay. That is 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 damage.
Yeah, smoked.
I'm that bad boy.
It's missed. You didn't miss, but it is missed.
Nice.
Yeah.
It took me a moment to see what you did there. And I take the rest of the
emotionally as well as
cast.
physically.
Doing a lot of that today, apparently. Cool. And is that everything on your turn?
I'm just looking, there's no point summoning a cannon right now. Don't need to get an advantage.
fucking rattling that one off.
Let me just summon my casual cannon.
Oh, I forgot. I should have cast Summon Airship. Shit. Fuck.
Oh, I forgot. Last turn I could have done dash as a bonus action and actually hit multi-class.
Sorry.
Are you off the bridge? Please tell me you're off the bridge.
I'm off the bridge.
Thank
I
God
think
for
I'm off the bridge. And I'm just kind of there like, come on, hurry up, what's going on?
Cool. I'm happy, you know, for storytelling wise to retcon that you did like manage to fire as you kind of blitzed across the bridge. That's far cooler than just forgetting.
I was imagining it was kind of, I'm gonna run you down. I'm not fine, and then just trusting that I'm good enough that it's gonna end it.
Nice. Right, if that's everything on your turn, then Nathan, you're up next.
So just as a re-clarifier, are there still two attacking me?
There is one. It's one that made 2 attacks on you, so it was just kind of behind you. You're muted.
Frick. Curse my mic discipline. So, and we also haven't done anything to frighten or charm us or anything like that. So I'm going to do the heroic thing and just keep moving across the bridge, first of all. But I'm going to try to take either looking, and I'll risk an attack of opportunity too, I think. But if there is any group that are on the bridge, or I'll just shoot it at kind of the gathered masses. He's going to break Sanctuary and is going to yell out, "You can't stop us, we're heroes!" And he charges his voice with all sorts of arcane energy and is going to cast Earth Tremor on whatever, an appropriate batch. It's a pretty small range. It's like, I think, a 10-foot radius or something like that. So they all have to make dexterity saving throws.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I will roll exactly the number of dice that I have to determine how many. There's a couple that are only a 12 or less, and a couple that I think are going to make it because they're over 20.
But the DC was 16. So anyone who failed just takes 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Got him. Though. But they are not prone. Especially useful if they're, I don't know, at the edge of a bridge or maybe climbing some sort of surface or what have you.
I think that, stylistically, that's definitely going to happen as you cause these to plummet off the edge.
Nice. Excellent. Quover is then going to, I guess, is going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Fade as he says, "Let's get out of here," in that he is still actively being scooped by the Paladin.
That's what I've been telling you, Quover. We've got to go this way. There's no point staying behind, is there?
No, I'm with you. I'm just...
I know, but we need to get the move on.
Let's go. We can do it.
In Draconic under my breath. I can do it now. No one would know.
I don't trust the kobold. Look at their eyes. We need to get a move on.
I agree. It was more of a like... Boy,
the heat of battle. I had to save everyone. Well, let's save as many people as possible. That's a good argument, actually.
Work how I wanted it to, but all right.
Is that everything on your turn?
Thank you, Quover.
Yes.
In that case, Liz, you're up.
Oh, okay. Are there any creatures immediately in my vicinity that I could hit with a sword?
Absolutely, there are. Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. 2. We're not counting Quover because Quover is scooped.
There's 2 creatures that you at this juncture want to hit.
Okay.
But it would be beneficial to you to do so.
I will hit one and then I'll hit the other. Avec and Greatsword.
Forget, you can Bardic Inspiration.
Would you tell me what's your Bardic dice?
D8.
D8. Amazing. The first to hit is 19.
Hits.
The second to hit is 26.
Yep. Definitely hits.
Who needs it?
Okay.
Not Fade.
I could need it. I could need to roll a dex save if the bridge tumbles beneath us and I have to dive through a wall of fire. The damage for the Greatsword for the first attack was 19 points of slashing. And then the second creature takes the same amount of damage with the slashing. That's what I'll do.
Yeah. They kind of they fall away to the sides as you kind of cleave your sword through them.
Take that. Come on, Quover, for God's sake. And I'll hopefully by this point we will be over the bridge.
Yes, you can make it across the bridge, at which point the wall of fire springs up.
Yeah. Once everyone's across, I will just let go of all of the contained fire energy, and again a snaking, draconic force will burst out of me and just wreathe its way in a figure of 8 sort of style across the entirety of the ravine where it is. The flaming side is in the hot side is facing towards the ravine. Mm-hmm. Anything that's within 10 feet of it will take fire damage. I think it's dex save.
Cool.
It's lined up with the end of the bridge and with the ravine, so anything that's climbing up this side of the ravine will be hit by it.
Dex, yeah?
Dex, please, I think.
That's a couple of 4s, and that's a 17 and an 18. I think
both of those pass.
Cool. And then that's a couple of 8s.
Fail.
14, and a 20.
Okay. 5d8 fire damage, and the ones that pass take half. Come on. There we go. 26, so 13 for the ones that passed.
It's not quite enough to kill the ones that passed, but they're very, very close. But yeah,
they'll take more damage at the start of that,
which will see them off, assuredly.
Are there any more on this side? Has the wall of fire cut off any of the ones that were approaching? Are there any more on this side that are just over here with us?
No, at this point you've kind of managed to cut them off. They're going to have to kind of go around, start climbing up around the wall if they want to get to you.
Cool. Okay. Right. Crisis resolved.
If the ogre took any damage from that wall of fire, then it can make another intelligence saving throw. I don't know how likely it is to pass 17, but
I think it was on the wrong side of the ravine.
Fine.
I think because it was climbing up on the other side, so I don't know. I don't think that would have been in your area of effect, would it?
No, 10 feet.
Yeah, didn't think so. So I think as you've managed to cut off the ravine, and any creatures are going to be further away from being able to reach you, that is a good point at which we can take our break. So,
yes.
This is a game run by me, so obviously there are anagrams for you to do in the break. Players, if you get this anagram, then I will give you a single D10 inspiration to use as a party on something that you like. I am going to put the addendum not on each other. In a manner that befits you all, you may as a party vote to use your D10 should you get this. The anagram is Ancient Glasstoft, which I will spell for you now. Ancient, spelled as you would expect, Ancient. And then Glasstoft is GLASSTOPH''T.
Is the apostrophe in part of it?
It is. I would say that this is a phrase or a quote or something like that. So that's Ancient, ANCIENT, GLASSTOPH''T. And I will give you the answer after the break. We are delighted to be sponsored by Hero Forge. Hero Forge offers fully customizable tabletop minis with dozens of fantasy species and thousands of parts to choose from. You can see all of the minis that we designed for this stream in the overlay, and they animate when we enter the combat, so look out for that. Hero Forge are fantastic, so do check out the Pro membership where you can get premium access to features ahead of time, and beta access to things, and all sorts of cool stuff that just makes your life a lot easier. And you can check them out at heroforge.com.
We are delighted to be sponsored by Ultra Pro. They make accessories for D&D, Magic the Gathering, and more. My favourite part of their collection are their figurines of adorable power. Here is their gazer. They also make other things such as deck boxes if you play Magic the Gathering. You can find all of Ultra Pro stuff at ultrapro.com.
Hey friends, check out our new sponsor, Phoenix Dice, for a carefully curated menagerie of click-clack math rocks for your delectation. Check out their entire selection at phoenixdice.com, and just so you know, Phoenix Dice are all about living gloriously in the worlds of tabletop games and sustainably in this one, which means their dice are working to be recycled, their packaging is recycled, the dice are made of sustainable materials. It's all great stuff. You should definitely get involved. You can also join us today in chat with a chance to be in a raffle and win some Phoenix Dice of your own. Just put !dice into chat and you'll be in with a chance to win.
We are proud to be sponsored by Alchemy RPG. Reimagine your gaming experience with Alchemy. They're focused on creating immersive, cinematic experiences everywhere you interact with tabletop role-playing games. You could be playing a game, creating a world, streaming, watching live games, discovering new content. Look at all the cool stuff that they are doing there. You can use environmental motion art, scene-based music, seamless character management to run your games over the internet, with upcoming features including homebrew content, streaming overlays, and spectator mode. So go and check out alchemyrpg.com.
We're delighted to be supported by Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms, a Dungeons & Dragons strategy video game that brings together D&D characters from novels, adventures, and multiple live streams into a single grand adventure. Select your heroes and formation and battle through waves of monsters for free on PC, phone, PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch. You can pop exclamation code into chat for a free Electrum chest.
We're delighted to be supported by Neverwinter. In Neverwinter, explore and defend one of the most beautiful cities from Dungeons and Dragons' Forgotten Realms campaign setting as it rises from the ashes of destruction. Epic stories, action combat, and classic role-playing await those heroes courageous enough to enter the fantastic world of Neverwinter. Neverwinter is completely free to play, so set yourself up an account today and pop !NW gift into chat for a link to a free gift.
Check out our wonderful supporters, Elderwood Academy, who make beautiful bespoke gaming-themed gear, including hex chest dice boxes, spellbook deck boxes disguised as bespoke ancient arcane tomes, and scroll and codex dice tower and rolling tray pairings. Make your own with their online designer at elderwoodacademy.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of our apocalyptic one-shot. Before we jump back into the action, we have an anagram to solve, and nobody feels confident. Nathan, you said that you had some suggestions.
I have one that is made up of words in the English language, which nice. I think is a pretty good place to start. So it was ancient glass toft. And I got thine glass can't top.
Good.
So are we working with?
It's not. But maybe when you hear it, go on.
Oh, I had a minor technical disaster, so I was a bit preoccupied. So all I got was hag's penis.
I've got post genitals.
I have.
Please do not. Chat, please do not.
I have taint or taintless. It's your choice. Or taintless with an apostrophe at the end.
See, Sean, I'm worried. I'm worried that the audience is going to turn on you when they hear our really, really good anagrams, and then you're like, all those are wrong. And I just worry about the audience experience. So just think about that.
That's fair. I'm going to say that I'm probably isn't going to make the cut because I have no idea where the editors are going to cut me out. The t-shirt I'm wearing is thematic deliberately. You might be able to tell from the spaceship in the center of that. It is a quote from the film Serenity.
Is it cursed but sudden your inevitable betrayal?
No, I already did that one.
Is it like a leaf on the wind? It can't be.
It was spoken by a character called Mr. Universe.
Yep, thine glass can't top. I remember that. That's like one of my top 10 movie moments.
Hang on a sec.
So
taintless.
We're ignoring Firefly and focusing on Serenity, which is already a terrible choice. And now we're going for one of the characters who wasn't one of the two obvious quotes that we said is. Come on now.
I believe it was used on either the posters or in the trailer. Anyway, okay. We're spending way too much time on this. The answer is can't stop the signal. Can't stop the signal. which was spoken by Mr. Universe, but used as I believe as a tagline.
If God can't stop slag thine, that's pretty good, to be honest. I think I get a D5 out of that.
If there was another O, it would be photogenitals.
I'm going to carry on with the.
I feel like we needed more of a hint, Sean. That was. I mean, there's only so many ways that I can reach taint, is one of my answers, and I feel like if I had a bit more to go on, I may not have got there.
Don't just crop that without the rest of the sentence. There's only so many ways I can reach. Anyway, Mr. Universe is an anagram, however, of Verizon Temez, or however you said it.
That is right. Temej, I think. I
Very good. Nice.
Well done for spotting that.
Well, you said it was an anagram, so
D10.
I'll give you a D6 for that. How about that? I mean, let's face it, we're going to forget to use it. So,
guys, audience, let this be a lesson. Badger your dungeon masters until they give you a compromise that's much more than you absolutely deserve. Hot tips.
I hate that that's true.
Let us jump back in. So you have managed to separate yourselves from the creatures that were crawling out of the crevasse near you via the wall of fire. So you can all kind of bundle yourselves back onto the cart and get going. A mere hour delayed from your ideal arrival time. The journey ahead of you, as explored by the Arcane Eye, is a long one, but the monsters are fairly sparse and far enough away that you can avoid them. And this will count as a short rest for those of you who would like that.
I'm guessing that healing is a bad idea.
So this is the thing, and I have before we started this adventure shared this with the players, so they're fully aware of what they're in for. There are new healing rules associated with Ragnarok, which are going to mean that, yes, you can heal. If you choose to use any of your hit dice, you're going to have to make a con save, or potentially you will suffer another corrupted hit dice, which is what the D4 at the start of the show was for. Our players' hit point totals at their maximums are reduced by an average roll of their smallest dice, to the tune of what they rolled +2. So feel free to roll any dice that you like. However, I will also say that the sun is high above you in the sky at its zenith point. It is midday, and there is a special healing round due to the surge of positive energy, which is going to affect you all anyway, whether you want healing or not. So please may you all roll. You will be rolling a con save. You will all also be gaining 10d10 plus 10 HP. If you are already at your maximum, it is going to overspill, and you are going to get that as temp.
17.
Nice.
10d10 plus 10?
2d10 plus 10.
Oh,
I was going to say.
God.
Did I say 10?
I was so confused.
Yeah, I heard 10, and
generous.
when Nathan said 17, I was like, "You rolled terribly."
And why were you guys all like, "Oh, thank God we don't get 1d100
All right.
temporary HP or whatever."
That's 14, and I'm currently 3 down, so that puts me up. But I'm guessing I'm rolling for corrupted hit dice now.
Everybody, but anybody who gains some HP, which is all of you, will be rolling a con save.
Even with so I didn't have any HP taken off me. I've just taken some sun healing. Does that mean that I have to roll the con save because of the sun?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
your temp HP are going to do the same thing.
Got you.
It's basically just every midday. It's dangerous to be out, which is actually quite a good hint.
I get 29 temp HP from this.
Well done.
I rolled well. Oh.
I did not.
Right, so what's the con save, Sean?
Everyone gets +3 on the save.
Oh.
Everybody gets +3 on the save. The DC is 22.
What?
Oh boy.
A con save?
Yeah.
Excuse?
Don't forget +3.
+3
from
+3 from
Aladdin.
Yeah.
I still have advantage from my silvery barbs from earlier, right? Or is
I
that
still
only
have Bardic Inspiration, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You may use all of these things.
fucking, I don't.
Can I cheat this?
26.
Yeah, right. I'm like, I just built this character like last week. What I have to have some sort of shenanigans by now, right?
I can cheat this a little bit if people. Oh, it would be doing it after people have rolled would be crude.
Fuck.
I would say that you in game would be in tune to whether people are struggling or not. So I'm happy to kind of
Okay,
flavor
if people are struggling, let me know because I have a thing I can potentially do.
Help.
How
Wizard,
bad?
help.
How bad?
Is it
Well,
20?
Sorry, go ahead.
I can add a D4 to it. How bad?
Oh, won't help.
I missed it by 3.
Right. I will whisper something under my breath, a vague prayer to Tiamat, and me and Quover and I think it would be is it Nova?
Nora.
Sorry.
Yeah, Nora.
And Nora as well. I would because you're obviously struggling, but I know it won't help. But there we go. Extra D4. God bless.
Thanks.
You are very welcome.
Yes, got the 3.
Brilliant. Right, I've not rolled yet. Come on, new pair of shoes.
So those of you who didn't make the DC of 22, meets it beats as well, so don't worry about that.
Not gonna make it.
You have another corrupted hit dice.
Just one.
Just one.
Can I take that off the temps? Oh no, because it goes off the max.
Yeah, it comes off your max, so no.
Fuck's sake. Right, that's to full, and then the max HP goes down by 5.
Jinx it, but I'm doing surprisingly well.
On a D6, it's 4, right? Because it's half of it, which is 3 plus 1. Or is
Yes.
Yes.
Doing surprisingly well at the end of the plane is actually my new short story. So,
So while you're kind of doing that maths, I will kind of describe how we're going on. So the midday has hit. You've felt this kind of expected rush of positive energy as your skin has been exposed to the effects of this kind of overzealous sun hovering above you. And you travel through the wasteland. Again, you as you're kind of peering out of the sides of the cart, you can see the chokers in the distance. Some of them kind of rearing up and fighting each other. Others just kind of stalking around trying to find new victims to add to their mass. And soon enough, you approach the mountain range that you had previously seen. The route through the mountains is flat enough. There are slopes. It's not as if you're going to have to scale up and then back down again. You can kind of wend your way through, and that was kind of planned as part of the journey. However, as you round one of the large ridges, those of you with the particularly high passive perceptions, I believe Arcana 18 plus, which I think was a few of you, you hear the sound of scampering feet. And as you kind of round this particular rocky outcrop, pulling out in front of you is another cart with what looks to be 4 humanoid figures, a couple of adults. They clock you there and kind of pick their pace up. They're not running, but they seem to have decided that wherever it is that they're aiming for, they want to get to a little bit quicker.
They're
look
also
like?
going to try using this portal.
What do they look like?
They look like regular people that have survived in a wasteland for a while. They're patchy bits of armor that they've scavenged from different places. They seem to be... their cart is very similar to yours. The beast pulling it is actually is actually an organic beast. It's kind of like a large, like a giant pangolin-esque creature, armadillo-esque. And it's just kind of scampering along and pulling this vehicle and has been sped up.
How far away are they?
When they rounded the corner, they would have been about 50 feet ahead of you, going roughly, pulling away from you a little bit more at this point.
What do we think?
I don't like it.
What do you mean?
Well, they're going for the same thing we're going for.
Well, maybe
don't know
if there's
that.
anything. Well, maybe if there's anything, that might jump out and get them, they'll jump out and get them first.
They
I
get
hope
to the
so.
message first. Oh, sorry.
But if they get there first, exactly.
How far ahead are they?
At this point, probably pulled away to about 60 feet.
Speed up, Arcana.
If you can do that.
Keep pace
Yep.
at least.
Trying to keep them in sight, kind of gain on them if I can a bit.
What sort of distance would you kind of judge?
30, 25, if I can.
Okay. When you're close to within 30, they try to kind of pick up a bit more. You can see that the creature's struggling a little bit at this increased pace. But they're again, just trying to keep a bit more distance from you.
Hey!
Hey, friend.
The creature that's leading their cart, you said it kind of looks like a horse type, like pack beast, rather than anything. Or is it a mechanical?
It's not mechanical, no. It's more like like an armadillo, like one of those kind of quite low to the ground but giant, so it works. Lots of armor plates, interlocking hexagonal scales towards the back.
So it looks like a prey animal.
Potentially.
I would like to cast minor illusion around the ears. I'm assuming it has ears of this creature, and make just the sound of a large screech.
Okay. Yeah.
Get out.
Give me an intimidation roll. You know what? I'm gonna allow you to add your intelligence instead of your charisma because it's
Thank
arcane.
you.
It's all right. So yeah, roll with or without proficiency depending on your intimidation, but whatever your intelligence skill would be.
So I'm essentially rolling an Arcana check, but it's intimidation rather than Arcana. Okay, 19.
19. Yeah, definitely. You make this noise. You kind of pick out a predator that you think would be scary enough that it would make the creature falter, and it does. It kind of digs its heels in, kind of rears up a little bit. They lose speed, and you're able to pull up alongside before it's able to recover enough.
Hello?
Hey there. What are you doing out this way?
What are you doing out this way?
Just traveling, folks. Just same as you.
You are aware.
Pace.
You are aware that you're in a restricted zone. You can't be out here. It's dangerous.
There's no rules anywhere anymore. Just what you can do for you and your own. As far as I see it.
Then? What is it you want to do for you and your own?
The one who's spoken kind of looks over his shoulders and roll me an insight check to see if you can discern. But
I would love to as well.
He's gonna continue towing the line that he's been giving. Just looking for somewhere safer than here.
16 on the check.
Any others?
12.
Dean.
Natural 1.
You trust them inherently. In fact, you want to give them your car keys.
I summon my airship.
With a 16, you can tell that they're. You got higher.
I got a non-nat 20.
Boom.
Got an 18.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I misheard. I didn't think that we had any higher rolls. Well, those 16 and above, I think, definitely can tell that that's not the full truth. It's skirting the lie. So yes, they are looking for somewhere safer than here, but it's hard to think of anywhere safer than not here. With the dirty 20, I will probably also just add that your diviner has worked out a lot of circumstances about this particular trip, and there are 4 of them on this card.
Spell out the relevance to Nat, who is
okay.
a bit distracted, whereas Nora would be on it.
That's all right. There is only they are only going to be able to send one person, and if they are intending to travel as a group, they are going to be disappointed.
Are we still traveling at pace? Like, we're both still traveling at relatively decent pace, going in the same direction while having this conversation?
I think the beast pulling their cart has recovered a bit, and they're now kind of traveling at the same speed that you are. So you're just kind of riding alongside each other.
Is there anywhere I can go where I'm out of anyone on the cart's sight? Because the big wheel, takes up a big amount of space.
You'd certainly be able to hide behind the hubcap.
Cool. I want to be out of the visual range of any of the people.
Easily done.
Cool. And then I will cast Heat Metal on the axle of their cart.
Nice.
Again, it's draconic flame. It is just looking through the wheels as it goes, and just looking at it, and there will be a sort of glow in the eyes, and if you're looking at the axle, there'll be a sort of faint draconic spirit just zooming around, and it starts to glow red hot. And then I will wander out like nothing happened and be with the others watching.
And there's literally no saving throw for that. It's just you're heating some metal.
Yes. I'm not trying to burn anybody. I'm trying to fuck that cart up.
After a time, the metal has kind of molten enough that the wheel stops turning on their cart, and the beast starts to kind of struggle a bit. They start falling further and further behind.
Oh
you're
no!
able to pull away.
Oh, that's... Oh.
You have your hand, Evie?
As we were kind of perpendicular, I don't know if that's the word, can I please see if they're hiding anything on their cart, or if there's anything that looks suspicious that they're transporting that they don't quite want us to see?
Yes, of course.
This baby.
Yes. How can I improve this moral dilemma? They're about to run over a cart, but if you stop them, then there's 5 people. Yes, please roll me a perception check because at this distance you wouldn't be able to investigate. I don't think, unless you want to hop onto their cart, start opening boxes. But yeah, you can kind of have a peer.
Baby that you wear on your front, and it starts raining weird shit.
I got 26.
26. They do just look like they've kind of strapped their lives to their back. Anything that they couldn't carry wasn't, worth enough to risk slowing them down has been left. So it's just kind of whatever essentials that they felt they would need to make this trip. But you can tell from the amount of stuff they're bringing, they seem to be under the impression that they're going to survive longer than you might otherwise expect to.
They're the main character.
So their cart is now stopped because of the heat metal?
The creature is trying to kind of move forwards and just kind of dragging a furrow in the ground with the wheel that has now just stopped. They're barely moving at all compared to you.
Just watch as we go on.
Yeah, they look around and just kind of peer at you, kind of. Some of them with that kind of desperation of please don't leave us behind. Others very suspicious that their wheel was fine. They would have obviously checked this, and suddenly they meet people and it's not. But yeah, you leave them in your trust.
It's what you get for having a culture where you only have one wheel.
I mean, when you invent the wheel, you don't improve on it by adding more wheels. You just make bigger and better wheels.
Just the wheel.
Done.
I think at some point while we're talking, I think Quover would have talked to them. And again, I don't. He rolled very poorly on insight. So even if he believes them or just can't figure out exactly what their intentions are or whatever, like he still sees that they're loaded up. He still sees that it's a bunch of people, and he knows only one person can go through, and that like these people are not equipped to do it, basically, and so I think while shenanigans are going on, and rupturing of carts and then waving goodbyes, I think Quover would. It's hard playing a character who might be more empathetic as a person and well spoken as you are, but I think Quover would at least try to say something, and say something along the lines of, it's a scary time. It's there's nothing like it. There's no words to be said. There's no great lessons from generations past about what to do in the last days of a plane, of anything. But I think the stories have always said that in the final moments, you always hope that you're able to spend time with those you care about, and to make those moments last. And he says it with kind of the weight. His intention is to communicate like it's not happening, and obviously that's a tough thing. And I Nathan, nor probably even Quover are really expecting anything to be, he's not going to move the needle, but he just feels like he has to say something and has to, he can't move past these people without trying to connect even these last hours that all of this has.
Nice.
That was very sweet. I'm almost touched.
Just because it's the end of the world doesn't mean it is the end of empathy and kindness.
Nathan, do you know any on the road songs so that we don't all die of sadness before we get to where we need to go?
I'm not much of a singer, actually. It's my family is a very nasally kind of thing, I've been told. My aunt was a phenomenal singer, but that was not my specialty. I am like I have said, I'm more of a storyteller. I preserve, I pass down, I create, and so yes, I have many stories, of sad ones, of joyous ones, of great adventure, of you name it. But and this is, I'm imagining we're down on the road. Those aren't the stories I'm interested in right now. Because I have all of those. They're all written down. They're all in the nooks and crannies of my brain. And when you only have a little bit of time left, it's nice to learn something new. So what are your stories? Who are you? What thing that happened in your life, real or not, is who you are? What fairy tale did you grow up with that informs who you've become? What matters to you?
Listen, buddy. It's all really nice, but none of that matters anymore.
I disagree. I think it's the only thing that matters.
Really?
Yourself.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna live, right?
Because the stories will.
Because...
If I have my way with it, yes.
You know what?
Okay.
I for one would like the ethos of the Chaos Collective to go to this new world.
Oh yes, no, I have, and like he like pulls out a book, and it's like literally whatever the equivalent of the like the Chaos Collective for Dummies like is there, or like the Bible, whatever the equivalent literature is. Like Quover's like, yeah, I got it, and would like, and if we're on the cart, like he's pulling out like the equivalent of like Grimm's fairy tales, and he's pulling out like historical textbooks and like all kinds of stuff, and like you realize his backpack again maybe has probably a few more provisions than your guys's does, because he's assuming he doesn't know where he's going to pop out. He might have to survive for a few days in some strange plane, but like the stuff he's carrying is that, like, it is scrolls and it is maps and it is stories and it is any scrap of history, of culture, of anything that he could find and put together in these last days of existence of as much of this plane as he could. And that's why he's just toppling over always, because it's hard to encapsulate a plane in a backpack. But God damn it, Quover gave it a shot. So he's pulling out all kinds, like, oh yeah, of course. No, and then, and I stayed up all night last night specifically trying to make sure I was learning about this and able to, and asking questions. And
Sweetheart, I'm sorry. What you need to get across, the main crux of it, the Chaos Collective, we've been working against Ragnora for like 30 years.
I know.
We knew this was coming.
Yeah.
That's the bit. You don't need all these books. Just succinct message. If you just keep going on at them, they're just going to walk away from you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am, I do get excited, but I know what's important. It's the warnings. It's the warning, it's the action, and it's what was done here. That's what's important. I understand that, absolutely. But to ignore all the richness, all the detail, all the struggle, sure, I won't lead with it, but I'll then spend the rest of my life telling the details, if that's what it takes.
Nora won't be interrupting the conversation, but Sean, if I were to pick up one of Quover's books, I realize this might be a long shot. Particularly, I was looking for one of the ones where he might have been like the lore, the history, any clues, anything that he might have been like, what we've gathered about Ragnora. Mm-hmm. If I could maybe pick that up, would there be anything? I appreciate we don't have a lot of time, but if I were to be leafing through something, would there be anything that I could glean, any clues about stopping Ragnora or signs or anything, do you think?
Give me an investigation roll, I believe, to see what you can pick up as you're kind of leafing through.
Because again, it is a library. And so just be like, happen to be on the top of the book or the top of the pile is possible, but a good one.
Okay, bear with. I'm gonna chronal shift that. I rolled a 13 initially, but I'm gonna try again. Well, it was 13 for a 22, but I'll see if I can get any better.
22.
No, even better than that. Yeah, I rolled. So Nora's flicking through the book, and as she's kind of looking and sort of scanning over the text, she looks like I'm almost onto something, and she sort of flickers slightly in and out of time as I chronal shift, and that's a 25.
Nice. For 25, I think you would start to kind of piece together some bits and pieces. Even over the kind of 30 years that the Chaos Collective have been working on this planet to try and disrupt Regnora. They haven't quite got there yet. There was a lot of kind of infrastructural changes that would need to be implemented, and unfortunately in the early days it was such a long time coming that people didn't really listen to them. But flicking through the pages of the book, you start to pick up bits and pieces that where they were so close and it just wasn't quite there, but you start piecing them together with this foresight that you think, were you able to put this knowledge to good use, you may be able to find a way to at least temporarily, or at least for the location that she's in, start to alleviate her power and her presence.
I'm going to pull out my quill and write in the margins, just in case it's not me that gets to deliver that knowledge.
Okay.
The book has a +1 to helping.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if we're going on this mission, like obviously Quover is the designated survivor person, right? And he's the one equipped and he's the one chosen or whatever. But like, I can't imagine, and even if you hadn't been equipped with knowledge, like Quover would be telling, like, it's dangerous as fuck out here. Like it's only going to get crazier, right? And like Quover would at least be making sure everyone, I mean, to kind of Arcana's point of like, everyone has at least the crumbs of this bad thing happened. Here's things to watch, whatever that is. Everyone, I think, would be equipped with that by the time we got anywhere close.
I think the general level of stuff would be fairly obvious because we've been living it and we know. What Nora was specifically looking for was, are there any clues or tidbits that Quover dear would not have spotted that she could have put together?
Thank you. No offense.
I don't know. He's pretty good at research and stuff. So, and he's been doing it for a while.
I think during this conversation there'll be a moment where Fade is very quiet but listening, maybe back turned to the three of you who are kind of going through the books, and then she's going to turn her head towards Quover and say, so in your books, in your many books that you've got, does it have any paragraphs or pages or chapters about the gods? Does it have anything about what the gods did or didn't do as this world turned to ruin? Anything about that, Quover, in your books?
Well, I guess I should clarify with Sean first. Is the general vibe along those lines of like, the gods didn't help us, or was it like, yeah, the gods lost, or what is the narrative, at least as far as like we are concerned?
There was definitely a sense of they tried to fight back at first, but when it became apparent that divine magic, especially healing, was actually doing the opposite, there was very much a sense of pulling back, pulling away, and kind of separating themselves at that point. And to be honest, not just the gods either. Many warlocks found that their patrons' influence had all but disappeared as well, purely because ain't nobody coming near you with a barge pole.
Much as I out of character think that's all awesome and lovely, Nate, she's going to pick up one of the bits of paper that you dropped and is just going to hold it, and it's going to start smoking slightly. All you've got here is a chronicle of failure. All you've got here is how we didn't do it. I'm sure people will love that. Hand it over back. Go away.
Quover says,
they will. Because multiple failures are the path to success. It's the basis of any good science.
Yeah, because science really helped.
Maybe not.
Sorry, why the fuck are you here if you don't want to pass on a message to another realm? Exactly.
Because I was asked to.
And are you actually going to help get this message across?
Helping right now.
Someone.
Or are you just going to try and cross the finish line on your own?
I think it's a case of just getting the right message across, not a rose-tinted spectacle version of what happened.
All I'm saying is all the other gods fucked off, mine didn't.
Look at you.
So, you need the help, I'm right here.
Who is your god?
That's for me to know.
Fine. Keep your secrets.
Sexual tension you could cut with a knife.
Just smash cut to Quover just very peacefully waving goodbye, everyone, and just...
As your conversation kind of continues, and you make your way through this the area closing in on the crater, it starts to come into view, and you can see the raised edges of this area where Ragnarok impacted the world is covered in a mesh of sinew and kind of almost like a nervous system, just forming a dome over the crater, which is very. Here's where I should have done some reading up while you were doing things. It's several miles wide. This impact crater, and the force of it was felt 1,000 miles away from the point of impact.
Tell me if I'm crossing a Gore line, anybody, but is it like mutated, growing out of control, or is it more like a scab that's forming over so the thing underneath can heal?
I think most of Ragnar's things are growing out of control. So there are these tendrils are kind of burrowed into the edges of the crater, and you can see as well you're starting to pass growths that have formed out of the rock itself, in the bedrock, just like these boils, abscesses, all sorts of just they look like they should be on the surface of someone's skin, just blemishes, but on a massive scale and formed out of rock and ore.
Go past, Arcana's just going to take out a little pane of glass from a bag, just go, neat, click, and put it in the pocket.
Yeah.
Does it have a little stick you can make?
Yes, I take a selfie of all of the heroes.
Me and the bioenergy cyst, yeah.
Yeah. Hashtag not blessed.
That
Hashtag
is
fucked.
fascinating. You will have to teach me more about how that works in our eternity of pre-death together.
Yeah, like, are you an inventor or something? I've seen you like buttons.
Less of an inventor, more of an investigator.
Ooh, oh, I wish I'd known you sooner. Oh, there could have been so much to learn.
You know, I think we would have got on splendidly.
Shame we only got like an hour to live.
Oh well then.
That could be done in an hour.
Go on then, how does it work? We don't have to go through how it works, but
No, tell us.
Evie, please explain.
It's magic. It's a
That's it. That's magic.
magic happens.
As the cart kind of passes the border and starts to descend down into the crater, you get a kind of view down into this. The center, and there is this kind of hanging mist of spores just in the air, so it does make it difficult to see Ragnara herself in the center. You just get this vague sense of a bloated mass of just pile upon pile of many boils and bloated just bits in places that they shouldn't be, just configured wrong, and dotted around more of these kind of cysts, some of which have little kind of veins just transporting material up to a kind of central mass at the hub of the mesh above you. You can also see a number of creatures, some of the aberrations that you were aware were going to be here, all sorts of different horrific humanoid creatures that have been changed by Ragnar. And then, as if divinely timed, a building starts to pierce its way out of the crust, just maybe half a mile away from you at this point. It starts to kind of crest out of the ground. This would be the shrine to Traviata, who was an ancient elven god of journeys, traveling, that the planar gate is housed within.
And it's just growing out of the ground right now. Like, we've just arrived at the perfect time. It's
as if however long this has taken, however far underneath the crust of the earth it was buried, it's just started piercing its way out. Just this very tall, thin, sort of pyramidal, but with kind of extra embellishments and spires and such. Not all of which are obviously making it out of the ground whole, but this structure is just kind of piercing its way out. And you may adjust your course to direct right towards it.
Get there.
I was going to say, sorry, just for scope, like how far away are we? What's the the dimensions? Like, are we having to book it for for another mile or something like that on the cart, or what's the sense of scale, just for drama purposes?
The shrine itself is, and I'm going to use a measurement for our US audiences, several double deckers high, roughly the equivalent of 15 elephants. I don't know what's not metric. It's a as it rises up, it's a good
100 feet.
Yeah, good 100 feet high. Thank you.
Those D&D
I don't do distances. I'm really crap when it comes to visualizing how tall things are. It's several stories. Good. I'm going to say if each story was 20 feet, it's a good kind of 5-story high. This building, and it is drawing attention. This is not going unnoticed. There are creatures that have started to lope towards it, but with your rush machine, you are able to get there first.
So we've got a straight shot.
You've got a straight shot at it at the moment.
All right.
As we
are we a few hundred feet away? Sorry.
Evie.
I have a pre-question that's no action. I just have a question. Traviata, the god, El Traviata?
Traviata. This isn't an anagram, I'm going to say. This is vaguely Latin-y.
No. I think you can spell taint with that.
Traviola taint, yes.
No, there's no N.
Traviata. The god Traviata, you said ancient elven god. Is that just ancient elven to this plane god?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, definitely not. I wouldn't have heard of that god in Faerun at all.
There's probably a Faerunian equivalent. Most gods kind of make themselves known on multiple planes, but
God of travel. No, can't think of it.
It's all right, because I didn't Google it, because I didn't need to know it. We're not on Faerun.
Yeah.
Evie, sorry, you were trying to say things.
Yes, I was just so desperate to introduce Barbara.
Tell us.
Out of my bag, a very large plush penguin with some horns comes out, and I just kind of get a little wooden engraving and kind of break it a little bit and kind of do some scratches, pop it in the back, sew her up, and Barbara, the penguin eldritch cannon, springs to life. Shit's getting real, we might need some backup.
Okay, Barbara's going to go through the traveling thing. Screw us, we can stay behind. Barbara must
Barbara's
survive.
the one.
Actually,
Whoever just starts shoving books inside of the compartment.
Actually, I've got one more
Penguin
thing.
of holding.
Record a message into this. Anyone want to record a message? Okay, I'll do it. Beware Ragnora. And I shove that in the penguin as well. Just in case. You never know.
It's like the most fucked up time capsule I've ever
yeah.
seen, and I love
Yeah.
it.
So Sean, are we like a few hundred feet away from the like portal at this point, or
You'll be there in less than a minute. Yeah.
Quover is gonna cast greater invisibility on himself.
Okay. Cool.
Sean, sorry
yes.
to interrupt you.
No.
You know the weird looking mist that is unbreathable. Do we see any of that around us?
It's kind of hanging in the atmosphere above you. At these kind of layers beneath you, it's. Let me put it this way: I'm making you do enough con saves. I'm not going to have you breathe the flesh mist as well. It's kind of You're right, Liz. Yeah, it's good.
We're all ready to breathe the flesh mist, and here you are denying us. Oh, darn.
I mean, if you want to,
No,
you've
don't
only
let
got
us
a couple of
stop you.
hours, you can
You do you, Sean.
ascend to the
That's
top of
your
the tower and just gonna get high on some Ragnarok.
Wait, you didn't say that she could get you high.
I was gonna say what?
Changes everything.
It's a fun way to go out, at least.
Yeah.
You can see that. Go on.
I think to be safe, I will just hold my breath in the way that turtles do.
If
Yeah.
we're about to arrive, can we literally do a Miami Vice screech stop outside the door and go inside? Is there only one door? Like, are we ahead of everyone else, of all of the creatures here, to such an extent that we can all be inside with no other obvious way in? Because I can make walls of fire. I'm just saying, would this be a really easy way to make sure that nothing else bothers us?
So you can see that the door has emerged. They seem to be quite heavy, kind of stone and some kind of inlaid oak doors, but one of them is smashed to pieces entirely. So preventing things getting in is not really. It'll be harder.
It's a wall of fire. If they want to run through the wall of fire, that is their prerogative. But
yeah, but yeah, you can certainly do that and form a kind of bottleneck if you want.
Yeah.
You are getting within about 400 feet at this point. So you would start kind of encroaching. The creatures are probably going to be about a minute away.
Great. So what you're saying is there's plenty of time.
We're saying any
yeah.
prep stuff you want to do, now is the time.
Yeah.
I would like to take a small pocket watch style thing out of my bag, and I'm going to start casting. It's going to take a minute, but I'm starting to enchant it with magic.
Okay. Anyone else kind of doing any preparatory stuff before you? Okay. Nathan, you have messaged me to say what you've done.
I have.
You were invisible and have since dimension doored inside the shrine. So this is what you see.
Can I just say, sorry, just to interrupt again, I have blind fighting, which means I have blind sight, so I would have been able to see this.
Okay. So you were aware that this has happened. Would you have been able to stop it, do you think?
No, but let us know what happens, but I would have let everyone know that Guava's gone.
You would
He's gone invisible and he's gone over there.
And you would look down as soon as, again, you wouldn't know which direction I went.
True.
But you would look down as soon as you noticed, and there would be a note folded up where he was sitting.
He's left some of his parchment. Go on. Nora, you read it.
Oh, I will do. I'm kind of kicking myself because Nat had forgotten that the detail that you'd turned yourself invisible for a second. And else. But it's fine. Nora was
Nathan knew we had a wizard in the party.
Yeah. It's fine. We'll just say that I'd started creating my tiny servant while you did it, so I was distracted. What does the note say?
Everyone, Fade was right. And so was Shurg. It's not just that there are stories to be told. It's that the right story needs to be told. A story, certainly of failure, of abandonment, of gods themselves who turn their backs on all of us. Some of them. He said, like, you see it scrabbled in the side. But also that at the end of times, people came together who could mostly trust each other to make sure that others did not have to suffer the way that they suffered. Thank you all. You will be remembered. And it says, Quover Quillshake in very fancy penmanship.
I have a couple of questions. What is the range on Dimension Door? Did that
500 feet.
500 feet, amazing. Okay. The tower. How big? How we've said it's about 100 foot tall. How wide is it?
I would say at the base, it's probably only around 50 feet, and then it kind of slowly tapers up.
I've been working on the contraption that it's supposed to help block this plane off from the other side. But how much did I know about the way in which we travel across? It's a portal is going to open, a rift is going to open. Could you please remind Natsbro? Or how much would Nura have been able to figure out?
As you understand it, the shrine will have a gate that must be powered up, and then the traveler can go through.
And how did we intend on powering that up, or was it just going to happen at a certain time?
That wasn't possible to be divined, but it was something that you were going to have to figure out once you got there.
Right. Okay.
You would go on. I was just going to say you would know from that the device, its best chance of closing off this plane from anything leaving is from outside of the plane, but it must also be done at a weak point. So it's not as if Quover will be able to just arrive somewhere else, set it off. There will be extra steps.
I don't know how long it's going to take in terms of what Quover's doing, but when we arrive, if the base of the tower is only 50 feet in circumference, then when we are at a point, I can make a wall of fire that's 60 feet long. So it will just go all the way around the tower, hopefully warding off anything that tries to get through. And if it does get through, it takes damage just by literally walking into the space of it. So
cool fucking image.
Yeah, as we do like a cool stop, just and again, it's a draconic spirit.
I'm not going to be working out the the algebra for whatever the circumference of the circle base of this, but that's just cool as fuck. So yeah, the circumference happens to be exactly what you need it to be for a very neat kind of choop.
Boom. As we all turn up and done and go, well, I guess we try and help if he needs it.
God, better not die before he gets through.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen then. I will have finished my tiny servant, which will sprout arms and legs around the little watch, and once we're inside, I'll lay it down on the staircase and instruct it to start ringing the bell of alarm if anything gets through the firewall.
Great, lovely. Quover, you have teleported yourself into this this chamber, which appears to be it's kind of part prayer room and part terminal, being as this is a place where people can begin or finish their journeys. The gate itself appears to be made from a very faintly glowing plinth of solid opal, worked with a variety of different ancient elven runes. And on either side of the room leading up to it, there are 4 statues which seem to be carved from a similar opal material. Each one is holding a different stance, and their robes appear to further depict a kind of carved relief of a scene, and each one seems to depict a tenet of Travaita. And you can see as well these scenes kind of depict what the tenet is. So the first statue is the tenet of experience. The next seems to be the tenet of community. The third is the tenet of equality, and the final being the tenet of inclusion. That is everything that you get to this point.
Can you repeat those?
Mm-hmm. So you have the tenet of experience, the tenet of community, the tenet of equality, and the tenet of inclusion.
The easy first question is, was I given a heads up that this might be here? I feel like just want to make sure that I go in with that knowledge first and foremost.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The vision that was kind of seen and relayed to you, it didn't see into the chamber. They were just aware that there would be a planar gate inside it, but they didn't know what was inside, and therefore they wouldn't be able to kind of pre-warn you how you actually solve this thing.
Quover is, again, kind of trying to keep things moving, not knowing how much time he has for a lot of different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
He's just going to try something.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to put down 4 books in front of each of the statues. And the first is going to be a what would it be? A tome of, like, again, Grimm's fairy tales-esque things of, like, teaching lessons, often in a brutal way, but kind of in a culturally significant way. And then he would, at the second one, and that one is for experience. For community, he puts down a book that details a ancient city that was a utopia. Was like, there was a natural disaster, and that's what kind of destroyed it. But it was held up as a paragon in this plane forever after. He puts that down.
Mm-hmm.
For equality, he puts down the early codes of a civilization, like Hammurabi's law style codices that all legal basis stemmed from. And then inclusion, he puts down a book and this is when he, all the other ones, he was just trying to put stuff down and whatever. This one, he really fuck. And he puts down probably not his only book, but his most detailed book of all the, trying to figure out which is the better one. He puts down his book detailing all the different factions that were kind of the main players of this. And again, he has some of this information kicking around, but that, if there was one, that's the one that had all that information in it, and the true kind of representative narrative. And maybe he even added to it himself to make sure it was complete. And he looks down and he looks up, and then just to try something, he gets out, like a flint or something like that, flint and steel from his pack, and sets each of them on fire in turn.
Yeah, wow. I love the sacrifice, and any other circumstance other than your versus the other players effectively at this point, I would have said that works, but yeah, nothing seems to start powering up, unfortunately.
I cast a spell, and that's going to be the end of what I say.
Okay. Everyone else, it's going to take you, let's see, going 100 feet up, dashing, you could get there in 2 rounds. And I think it's probably fair to say that took up maybe, including the time between you kind of making your way to the planet, to the shrine, probably you're probably only a round away, I think, at this point.
Okay.
So I think at this point we will start initiative, because Quover, just as you place down, lay your fire and have set fire to these 4 books, a clawed hand smashes its way through an ornate mirror window in the on the spire. Something seems to have leapt, flown, circumvented this fire. Please, everybody, roll me your initiative.
12.
You're going to get a lot of them. Don't get me wrong. A lot of them are going to be entering this badly burned, but some fly. 12 for Chris.
Yeah.
11 for Fade.
21 case pertinent. Sorry.
Case pertinent.
In case it's pertinent.
Gotcha. I was like case sensitive, or Nat, Evie.
Didn't hear you.
Dean?
15.
Dean.
16.
16. And Nat.
Nat 20 for a 27.
Boom!
It's a bit spicy.
Entirely unnecessary. I'm going to spend my first round just going.
I love how all of us were going to try and fuck each other over, but honestly, I don't know what I'm doing now.
What, in this power fantasy where you can do what you like and be a dick, I choose to help everyone and be nice? Yes. That's
No,
what happens.
it's not that. More of I just don't know. I don't know. Like, do we try and solve the puzzle? Do we fight the thing? There's so much to do.
There's also the difference between being a dick and screwing the others over and being the dick and screwing the others over in a way that you also still survive and make it out.
That's
All right,
a great
Nora,
start.
pipe down.
With that in mind, Nat, you are top of the round and you're about halfway up the staircase.
I will dash, and then so dashing will get me another 60 feet up, so that is to the top of the staircase, right?
Dash
Yes.
it like the stairs.
No, I won't. I will take my movement and then Misty Step as a bonus action.
Boom.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, so you still have your action left. You appear at the top of the stairs. There are, as described, 4 statues, a plinth, and 4 burning books.
Right. Just looking to see what I got. How many glory things are?
At this point, only 4, but you can hear that there are other creatures. Yeah.
Oh, great. You know what? I'm going to trust the rest of my party to deal with those, and I'm going to take a look at the puzzle.
Well,
Okay.
that's nice.
Sure. Sure.
You don't immediately see, like you don't see Quover at this point, being as I don't think Quover's had to do anything that's broken concentration at this point, so he's still invisible. So there's nothing saying that the burning books weren't part of the turning on
gonna
ceremony.
Was it greater invisibility? Because you cast a spell, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Did you say?
Sorry to be the wrong person.
No. Sean, if you'll check your messages, you'll see that this issue was already addressed.
Oh.
He cast it again.
What a tinker.
But the
I don't even need the message. Come on, he cast it again.
I'm kind of half keeping an eye on the chat. I'll be honest with you.
There's piles
No,
of
it literally
books
came like 10 seconds before Liz said it. So like, it's not. I just had fun saying it out loud in a sassy way, as opposed to it being. I apologize if the vibe was that I was dunking on you, Sean. I apologize.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But you do now have another corrupted hit dice. You don't. It's fine. Cool. So yes, you enter the chamber. You can see that.
Fuck, do I need extra hit dice for right now? I don't.
Life. I mean,
I got it. I got another.
You're fine. I'm not punishing you. Don't worry. Now, what would you do with your action?
I can still see there's books and there's burning smells, right?
Yes.
Freshly
burning.
burned smells.
Yeah, and no sign of Quover to be seen.
Right. Fine. But there are flapping, screeching things at the window as well.
Now, if it helps you, from behind, you will hear, "Try and work it out. We'll deal with those."
On it. I will. Can I roll to investigate these statues?
Please do. Make an investigation check.
There's burning books in front.
Well, yeah, I spotted that already. Okay. That is a 19.
19. The first thing that you notice about each of these statues is that it has been carved in a different stance to each of its fellow statues, and the pose appears to kind of exemplify the tenet that.
Do they spell
states.
YMCA?
It's Dance Revolution. That's the cure. The way to save the universe is Dance Revolution. Now we know.
Yes, you're dancing to save yourself. That's what's going on. You feel that that's perhaps pertinent.
Okay. Is there anything on the walls that might indicate like an order or a direction that the movements are pointing in? I don't get the feeling that I need to be copying these dance moves right this second.
Okay.
Yet.
So the statues are not placed directly opposite each other. They're slightly staggered.
Uh-huh.
So you could potentially surmise that there's an order in kind of this one, this one, this one, this one.
Okay. And is there, if I were to, the way that they're posed, is there a way to follow the hands through that would, I don't know, point me to something in the shrine that they're after in particular, or what, if it was after a sacrifice, what that might be?
Right. I would say because your investigation roll is so high, you would be vaguely aware from like the research that's gone into this trip that this in its day before it became buried, and it became buried a long time before Ragnarok. It wasn't buried by the crater, but in its day this was a point where many people used to travel, so you don't feel like it would have to be something particularly complicated in order to keep turning it on and off for each journey.
She's not going to do the dance move, Sean.
That's absolutely fine. If you've worked out the puzzle but you refuse to abase yourself, that's fine.
If that's the answer,
Of course it is.
That's the answer. You have to copy the pose.
Don't worry. I'm sure that Quover isn't watching and taking notes, and we'll make sure that is the story told about you in the next plane.
And there's, I think that's the thing. Like she'd be like, "Oh, there's no one else." No, but that asshole probably is here. Oh, fine. Well, does it work?
So, in terms of games mechanics, it's going to take either an action or a bonus action to effectively hold this stance for the required amount of time.
So you've got to do it 4 rounds.
It doesn't necessarily have to be one person.
4 statues.
So, yes, you can... please roll me... I want to be kind, so I'm not going to base this on a particular stat. I'm going to say that you can use the stat you favor. So be that intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, you can effectively roll a spell attack using that ability.
Great.
So, how do you think with your intelligence? What kind of skill are you using to mimic this pose?
I guess noticing all of the details about it, the mechanical, the body mechanics of it, rather than the expression or the deeper meaning. Like just making sure that is a perfect match.
Yeah. The anatomical study. What is your roll?
So if it was a spell attack, that would be +9, I believe. So that's non-nat 20.
Nice. As you hold the first pose, the statue that you are mimicking glows with a faint purple light from inside its core.
Aha. Well, this is going to be a problem.
That is, I believe, everything on your turn.
Yeah.
Nathan, you are up next. And you are currently muted.
Oh, I know.
And invisible.
Yeah, I'm something. I am
You're
something
deadly.
in somewhere.
See no Nathan, hear no Nathan. What's the other one?
Speak no Nathan.
Speak no Nathan. Speak no...
There is a 4th one. It's do no Nathan as well.
Do Nathan.
All I've had in
mean-
my head this entire time. Does anyone know the Crimson and Clover song? I've had that in my head, but with Quover instead of Clover. Sorry to just share.
I don't know. Who is it?
Crimson and Clover. Joan Jett covered it.
Oh, right.
No,
Nope,
just
sorry.
me. If you're in
Anyone
chat
with
and you know
music
the
taste
song,
here?
let us know.
It's on the after stream revision notes. This is your homework. Go and listen to Crimson and Quover.
But we can't play it.
Nathan, what would you like to do?
If you're in this room, which I'm pretty sure that you are, we need to hold the poses, but also maybe deal with those.
Sean, I DM you what I do.
Sorry?
Sneaky.
I'm going to DM you what I do.
Oh, okay. This is going to be exciting for the viewers at home, and especially for the listeners on the podcast, who I always forget to describe what I'm doing with
Look,
my hands.
sometimes private moves are important. It's fine.
During this time, please feel free to listen to Crimson and Quover. A smashing.
Now it's advertising,
Oh.
for God's sake.
Quover, not Clover.
Other songs are available.
When we were discussing-
Probably nothing notable is going to happen. So feel free to keep playing.
Go.
Okay. I will. I will see what happens. And if you're not doing anything basically on your turn, would you like to hold an action, or
Again, he's
I'll
going
read the DM. Evie, you're up next, and again, kind of 50, 60 feet down the stairs.
Well, I don't think I can move faster, and I'm carrying Barbara under my arm because she only has a walking speed of 15 foot.
Barbara! Come on, Barbara!
An adventure
potentially-
filled with scooping.
However, I also have an armor, so I can just kind of press it. So athletics, I can just kind of, it's fine.
You can dash with both your actions.
I can dash with both of my actions.
Because you're a rogue.
Can
I'm a
Barbara
rogue.
dash? And you could ride Barbara up the
Barbara
last
Barbara
few
can't dash.
steps.
think
Arcane
Barbara
cannons
should
can't dash.
You can carry Barbara, which halves your movement, but you can dash with both. So that's at least 90 feet if you're on 30.
Yeah. I have a question. It's not relevant for this round,
Mhm.
but can you catapult an arcane cannon to get them to move further so that they can hit something further on a bonus action?
Yes.
Wait, I
Why
guess.
not?
Sure, that's just for future reference. I will double dash up those stairs to have a look at what's going on and see Nora. What is the pose that you're posing?
We need one of us doing it.
A resigned dab.
Canonically, I did.
Is it a Mo Farah song or is it a dab? Come on now.
It's the M of YMCA.
Oh, lovely. Okay.
I just kind of look around like, cute, cool. I can't do anything else if I'm using both action and bonus action. And just there like, oh, okay, we're dancing. Barbara, it's gonna be a party. Sets down.
Okay. If that's everything then on your turn, we move on to Chris. What's Shug doing?
I will move 30 feet up the stairs. And then... Can I see the top? I mean, just to get an idea. Can I see the sort of weird stuff going on at the top, or am I... Because I'm only like 3 foot tall.
So I'm kind of imagining a kind of winding, like, back and forth stairwell. So it's probably only when you're really quite close to the top.
And in which case, I will just go as fast as I can and then focus on, the important thing, and will fire a guiding bolt at the hand reaching in through the window.
Roll me that. All that dice.
14?
You know what would help if I had the enemies and not the not the puzzle up. What did you say? 14?
14.
That doesn't hit.
It will sort of sear. Again, it's a dragon running out and then sear off the side of the window. As I will also, by doing it, try and draw focus. Hey! You! Come here!
Okay. And that's everything on your turn?
Do I think I have any bonus actions? Oh, I do. I'll use a bonus action to harness divine power and get back a spell slot. So that is with me at this point in time.
Okay. Right. If that's everything on your turn, Liz, you're up next.
Okay. All Fade can really do is double dash to the top of the stairs. Wherein Fade would see Nora, Fade would see Quover because of blind sight, and Fade would see Arcana. And
What's your blind sight radius?
Barbara. Great question.
10 feet.
I think it's 10 feet. You don't see Quover.
Great, cool. That's fine. Cloverlove, what are you doing? We can't help you if we can't see you. I will ask out to the void.
You can hold a pose with your bonus action as well. So if you've only used an action to get to the top of the stairs, you do have that.
I don't have anything really I can do with a bonus action other than emerge from my shell that I'm not within. So I might do that anyway. I'm just going to raise my head just a little bit higher, as if I've just emerged from my shell.
Oh, okay.
You can hold one of the statues if you want. One of the poses.
You can do the pose.
Oh shit, sorry. Well, I suppose if everyone's doing it, fine. I will go and adopt the position of the A.
Cool. As previously said, whichever pose.
Now. It definitely is. Sure.
Should have been more descriptive. Right. Yeah, that's fine. Please roll me your favoured stat. So I'm guessing charisma for Paladin.
Technically strength. Is it just ability check or saving throw?
Just whatever your spell attack would
see.
be. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I'm guessing will count as performance, probably mostly, or persuading the statue that you did it right.
I'll go ahead and persuade that statue. Now listen, love. We've got to get this right, otherwise we're all going to die. So, we're all going to die anyway, but 23, Sean.
That's enough. Both the first statue and the second statue begin to glow with a deep sea blue.
That ends my turn.
Hang on. So how many of them are lit up now? Is that 3 of them?
2.
No, it is 2. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, Arcana was dragging Barbara up the stairs, so
Barbara.
yeah, didn't quite get as much out of the
No, it's fine. In my head, the way you described it just then, it sounded like two of them lit up when Fade took the pose.
No. The original and
yeah.
Just Fade was so persuasive that the other statue's like, they've got a great point. We should
listen to that tall.
I have a question that's just come to mind.
Yeah, of course.
If I tell it to, can an Eldritch Cannon strike a pose?
Can it do the C?
I mean, you've already described it as being a penguin, which is humanoid enough. Fuck it, why not?
Yes.
Right.
Barbara's gonna save the universe.
Come on, Barbara.
So this is
Barbara.
just like we all knew.
to command your cannon. It doesn't take up an action or a bonus. You just tell it and it does the thing.
It's a bonus action, but I can use it for anything it wants to do. Like all of its stuff is just my bonus action.
Okay, so that's not. That's next turn. Okay, cool.
We'll see if we make it that far.
Double checking. Okay. If that's everything on your turn, then Liz, it is now the creatures that are muscling their way through the fractured elements of this fane and the spire.
I shout some very rude things in Draconic.
Okay.
Mums are mentioned, John.
Mums.
Mothers.
Mothers?
So they kind of muscle their way through and just fly in. So there's the four of them, and currently all five of you are actually in this room now, but only four of you are visible, correct?
Yes.
So they kind of... Go on.
And Barbara.
They will kind of fly towards the bigger targets. I'm guessing Barbara's a bit teeny, but...
Like this.
God, could you imagine if Barbara this whole time had been like 6'4"? And just
a massive
talk
penguin.
About it.
Just a
One of those
humongous
Lovecraftian
penguin.
ones.
Yep.
So the creatures are going to take attacks at each of you. Again, I'm going to go around my thing, and I'm going to try and do it as quick as I can. 2 claw attacks. So, Chris, you are still in the topmost position on my thing, and that was a 25 and a 24.
Both those hit, yeah.
That is going to be 9 points of slashing damage, and where are my d8s? 3 points of radiant. Next person, Evie, you are next on my screen. That's a natural 1 and a 16.
I will use shield as a reaction again, so no.
Nada. Liz, that is a 21 and an 11.
Yes to 1, no to 2.
Okay. So that is... Hello, cat. That is 12 points of slashing and 8 points of radiant.
Cool. I'm going to reaction hellish rebuke that, and they will be wrapped in this hellish flame that burns green. But again, like the previous effect, it kind of just wilts away to water and splashes on the ground. But they will take some damage, which is 2d10.
Cool. Please roll me that.
8 points of fire damage.
8. Lovely. Going next round, I'm ignoring Nathan because I can't see you. So Nat, I have rolled a 1 and a 2 on the dice. So that is not going to hit the wizard.
Don't need to use my shield.
No, that's an 8 and a 9. So I'm not even going to ask. That is everything on their turn, but you can see that there are more creatures attempting to kind of get through the holes that these ones have, and you can also hear that they're getting closer on the stairs as well. Back to the top of the round though, Nat.
Did Nora get the alarm then if they've gotten through the firewall?
Yes, yeah, there would have been some. Actually, what's the damage on the wall? It's like 5d8, wasn't it, or something?
36.
36. Okay. Yeah, so they're going to be entering, but they're quite badly burned. Look like, yeah, it's taken their toll, anything that comes up from the stairs.
Good.
Yeah, Nat, continue, please. Sorry.
Like 5 different things I want to do.
Do you just get the alarm when it's been broken once, or is it kind of like a doorbell on a shop that's just like... ding, 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 ding.
I mean, I know what I want the answer to be.
Assuming that none of the creatures coming up the stairs stop it. The tiny servant has been told to tell me when something comes through the firewall, so that's literally what it's doing. Every time. I mean, it's making
fairy from...
No, it's making a little like an old-fashioned alarm clock, like noise every time.
Yeah, I rolled to see whether they notice it, and they don't. Like, unless they accidentally kind of trample it as they're going up, it's going to keep going off.
Wow.
I am going to yeah. Stupid, too many things. I'm going to try and minor illusion. I'm taller than 5 foot, but Shurg is not. I'm going to try and recreate a minor illusion of Shurg next to the 3rd pillar in that pose to see if it works.
You use the minor illusion, but you guess that there must be something built into the statues or the magic or something. It knows when it's not a person replicating it.
This Shurg is smiling. It's clearly not me.
However,
no.
It's a lovely thought.
Mechanical penguins. Yes. Do mechanical penguins have a soul? I think we've answered that question today.
It's a plush penguin, actually.
Oh, yes, perfect. Sorry, I apologize.
I mean, I said it could hold the pose. We'll see what happens.
What's an owl with horns called? That's a thing, isn't it?
A horn owl.
No, yeah. Horny owl?
No, there's like a thing where it has like deer horns, and it's a rabbit with horns.
Jackalope.
Jackalopes, yeah.
So what's a penguin with horns?
Pingalope.
Meep, meep.
It's forever.
That is the noise it makes when it does its cannon.
That was your action. Now, are you doing anything else?
Well, I realised I should have asked if I could have deducted that it would an illusion would have been useless before actually trying it. But
classic wizard. It's a classic wizard move. Can I cheat the system? No. Well, I tried.
Yeah.
Well, it's a scientific method. You got a hypothesis. You tested it.
I'm feeling kind, so if you wish to say that your bonus action would be used up with deducing instead, I'll allow you a roll, and if that roll does well, then we can say that you've got your action if you've got something you'd prefer to use it for.
I'm listening. All right.
I'm going to tell you that the DC I have in mind at this point is 15.
Okay. All right.
So that I can't just be like, no, backing out of this.
I mean, investigation arcana are both the same, so I will do it digitally, so you know there's no. Well, that's a natural one, so there we go.
It'll probably work.
All right, dice. It's fine. That's fine. That's what I do as my action, and my bonus action, I stand there and look annoyed.
No worries. Okay, well, moving on
it's
then.
Super effective.
Actually, would it count as a bonus action to drop the pose to see if the statue stops glowing and retake the pose?
You may briefly drop the pose and the statues maintain their glow.
Ooh. Well, in that case, I've used my action, but I'm going to walk to the next one.
Yeah, with enough time or enough monkeys, you can solve the puzzle. Okay, if that's everything.
You calling us monkeys?
I'm referring to the adage: 1,000 monkeys and 1,000 typewriters will eventually write a line of Shakespeare.
Hey guys, we're all monkeys. It's official now.
Got me.
Put it on the wiki.
Nathan, it's your turn.
I continue doing the thing that I had been doing.
Okay, so maintaining the secret move, which we'll find some way to let you know in chat because stuff, but the players don't know what's going on.
Tell the mod.
I will probably do this once we finish recording.
Yeah.
Cool. So Quover continues silently doing a thing. Evie, you're up next.
I
Two
do
statues
is
from
just
it.
shout, "Where the fuck is Quover?" How far away is the next statue and the one after that from the doorway and the beasties?
You're kind of at the pinnacle of the tower now, so this chamber is quite compact. I'm not going to penalise you too much on moving between statues.
Okay, cool. Seeing the poses, I guess I'm going to try and complete it so that before more beasties get in, and hope that Quover is somewhere around. So I'll send Barbara to the next one to do the pose, which I assume is just... And then I guess I'll go to the last one and do the...
C's the one left.
I do it with gusto.
Cool. So I'm guessing for you it's going to be intelligence as well, and I don't mind whichever of the wisdom, charisma, intelligence is going to be better for Barbara.
Anything Barbara rolls is just a flat roll.
Okay. I will tell you that the DC is harder each time. So if you wanted to go to the harder one yourself and save Barbara for the third.
I'll go to the harder one.
Okay.
Please don't trip that.
Please roll.
Sorry.
Please roll for your penguin
Don't
on the
say
third.
to the internet. You know what the internet's like, Evie. Come on.
It exists now. It exists.
Okay, I got an 18 on the dice.
Boom.
An 18
18.
was the last DC. This one, unfortunately, not going to cut it. Barbara tries to hold the pose, but isn't quite able. You have got enough space that if you wanted to just go to it yourself, you can reattempt the third.
Just kind of pat Barbara on the head and say, "Next time you guard us," and I reattempt the pose.
Okay, please, again, intelligence to mimic the pose.
Cool, and my intelligence is that. So, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 20, 21.
There you go.
That is enough this time. All three of these statues that have been copied at this point start to glow in a kind of sky blue, sort of cyan, cerulean kind of color. One left. And that's your action bonus, isn't it? So
The end of my turn, can I just shout out, "Quover, wherever you're planning, it's nearly time."
what's Shirk going to do?
I will cast as a spirit guardians. There's one near me and I'm on the stairs, right? Cool. I will cast spirit guardians, and if there was any doubt in anyone's mind who my god is, 5 different colored dragon heads are now snapping all around me, growing out of my back. It's definitely fine. I'm sorry, I'm just checking the rules of Spirit Guardians because I want to move as well. When the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there. Never mind. Then in which case, I will then run, probably attack of opportunity as I go, to get to the top to see what's going on, because I still don't know what's going on.
Cool. So I was just doing a quick bit of trigonometry just to see kind of what is the width of this room if it was a kind of 50-foot base and then 100 up. I make it each floor reduces by about... I'm probably wrong. 10 feet a time feels too convenient. Yeah, this I don't think this is a 10 by 10 foot.
If it's 20 feet and it's... Yeah, that does make sense.
It's tight. It is tight. But yeah. Cool. So when they begin their turns, they will presumably take some Spirit Guardian damage.
No, because I'm running up. I cast Spirit Guidance and I write, it's an attack of opportunity because, I want to be in a central position where I'm going to hit the most things.
That is a non-natural 20.
Cool. It hit. No, it doesn't hit. My AC is 23.
Yeah, you've got loads on you.
So as it goes, it'll hit my armor and just.
Cool.
If I get to the top, I can see everyone doing statue poses.
Nora is not anymore.
Cool. I don't give a shit about any of that. I'm going to stand on the plinth in the center, axe out, shield out, banging the two together with the dragons swirling around because everyone's being harassed by flying things, right? Sure, it's up to you if you want to allow this or not, but I'd like to roll some kind of intimidation or persuasion to let everyone else deal with this rubbish, and I'll deal with the angry things.
Cool. Yes.
I know it would only be an action, but I don't have an action. I have a bonus action. It's up to you.
No, I'm fine. Screaming is a free action. So yeah, roll an intimidation.
Thank you.
And I'm going to be kind and say you can add your strength if you would prefer that to charisma.
Oh, thank God for that. So I'll roll that instead. 18.
Yeah. You feel like you're being very noisy, very kind of like drawing everyone.
What I will be shouting, because everyone can hear this, will be, just solve the damn puzzle! I hate puzzles!
Is that everything on
Had
your
a
turn?
bonus action, Shirk. You could have done it.
Oh, I could, couldn't I? Nope.
I mean, I liked it. It's cool as fuck, but like, and it's very Shirk to be like, fuck puzzles.
Yeah.
I'm not participating.
I am not
in this
here for the
fucking
puzzles.
puzzle.
I'm here to heal people and protect people. That's what I'm fucking doing. Anyway.
That's everything on your turn. Then Liz, you're up next.
Cool. There is a big flying bad boy on me, isn't there?
Yeah, they're kind of just flying around everyone, and you can see these kind of wings which appear to have just been peeled away as like a whole layer of skin that's been hardened into the wings.
Cool. On the subject of peeling, I too will be peeling during my attacks. I'll be divine smiting, and yeah, the scales will be peeling back, and I'll be looking a bit more dead every time I hit, if I do. So I'm going to hit twice with the greatsword again, but I'm going to use 2 3rd level smites on both if they hit. Because I'm tired.
Okay. No, please do.
Blade is tired.
What are we
these
saving
guys.
spell slots for? You know, it's the end of the world.
Yeah, not even going to get a long
Let's do
rest.
some fucking divine smites.
First to hit is 19, second will not hit with 11, so I'll just use the 1 3rd level spell if the first hits.
The first hits.
Damage wise, just for the attack, 17. And then 3rd level, we add the 4d8, 24 points of smite damage.
Cool. That is some mass for me. Nice. Still
Yeah,
standing.
so we both appear to have this sort of fire effect ripple all over us. Like my scales will literally kind of peel off and ping off onto the walls as the smite hits. I'm not looking great. I feel okay, but I just look terrible. And for a bonus action, is there another statue I can go and pose at?
There is indeed.
Okay, I will adopt the pose.
Cool. I think we established charisma.
Very persuasive
18?
towards these statues.
18, no, I'm afraid not.
God damn it, Sean.
Sorry.
Just can't quite get to
That's
see.
my go. That's my go.
Okay, the creature's turns. They are going to start swinging at you. Chris.
Yeah.
24 and a 23.
23 is my AC, so they both hit.
Okay.
They also both need to make me, actually everything on the top of this platform, and I mean literally everything, has to make me wisdom save because of Spirit Guardians at the start of its turn. Because if they die before they attack, they die before they attack.
This one fails.
Okay, so that one, 3d8. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, 17.
Nice.
Tiamat's many heads carve into it. Or whatever Tiamat's called on this plane. She's everywhere.
I did have it somewhere. I think it was like Corda.
Corda.
Cool. And I'll just quickly do some other ones. Fail.
Do you want me to roll each time, or do you take the 17 each time? I don't mind.
I'll just take the 17 if
Fine
that's
by
all
me.
right.
Absolutely.
I
Just going to roll them
think
once
we might
again.
be think we might be rolling slightly over, but we will.
That's totally fine.
I think we're in the end game. What was it? Four fails, but one saves. The one that was fighting Liz burns up.
It still takes
Nice.
half on a fail, Sean. So 8.
Sweet. Cool. And the damage that you take is equal to a 11 points of slashing plus 6 radiant.
Fine.
They both hit, didn't they?
Yes, it did.
Then another 10 points of slashing and 4 radiant.
Yep, fine.
Evie. I rolled a 2 and a 3. I'm not even going to do the maths. Liz. Natural 1 and a 4.
No.
Did I not draw any focus from these lot with the battle cry?
You did. There's more than just the ones on
good.
you.
And that's why they rolled so bad.
Yeah, there's some
Is that they were
coming
like,
up the stairs.
The fuck is that weird kobold doing over there?
And why are they in a tin?
It's armor. It's just like visually, it's covered in armor. That's all. For fuck's sake.
I rolled another natural 1, and this is the dice that was giving me all my 19s, so it's clearly saving the low rolls for this. And a 21.
Who's that against?
Nat, sorry.
Oh, against me to hit me. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was not paying attention. Was it 19 and a 21 to hit me?
A natural 1
Oh,
and
right,
a 21.
Could they please, Nura shifts in time again. Could you please reroll?
And I got another natural 1.
Great.
My spirit guide is still up. I just checked with concepts.
Sweet. Another couple enter on as they ascend the stairs. So these are some badly burnt ones. I've rolled a pair of 7s, which has a +2 modifier. So it's only a 9. So those also take the 17. Which means they're quite squishy now. But they are going to get 2 attacks on you.
36 and 17. Total's not. Wow. Chonkers. Okay.
That's another. You know what? They've just raced up. I think that's probably used their action, so they won't attack. But there's being kind of surrounded. All right. This is a 26 and a 25.
Yeah, both those it.
Yeah. That was why I was DM Fiat going to ignore it. 9 points of slashing, 7 points of radiant.
I'm down.
You're down.
Yeah.
I'm afraid this is a game where the other one is going to. That was only one of them, wasn't it? So the second attack is going to auto crit.
That's fine.
On the death saves, you failed 2.
Yup.
I am sorry.
It's totally fine.
You all watch as Shurg goes down. Nat is the top of the round. It is your turn.
I have no way to heal them.
It's fine.
So I'm
not expecting it. I'm there to draw focus so you lot can do the puzzle.
Do the thing.
Nora, well.
We got like 20 minutes left on this plane anyway, so.
Nora watches Shurg fall and sort of just looks like curses. Things are going to get more difficult. I'm going to look down. In this room, obviously there are piles of books that are partially burned. Are there other bits of rubble, votive things people have left?
Mostly the rubble that has been left is stuff that has crumbled in from the entrance of the creatures.
But there is rubble.
There is some rubble, yes.
Fine. I am going to pull another thread from my wristband and say, rise. And 10 bits of rubble, some bits of books are going to lift up as well.
Nice.
Bind him. And they're all going to attack Quover.
Oh.
Because they have I'm assuming they will, because they have blind sight.
What's their range of blind sight, and how large is the room?
I think the room's only being
10 by
generous.
10 foot, yeah. It's not big.
Yeah.
It's
The theme song for this that's going around in my head is "Uh-oh, we're in rubble." Something.
Oh, what did it say? I literally just read. It has a flying speed of 30 feet. The blind sight.
Yeah, if it's a small room.
Blind sight with a radius of 30 feet.
Wow.
Okay. I don't think you're going to hide from this, and blind sight is going to see through your invisibility. So, how many attacks is that on Quover?
That's going to be 10 attacks with a +8 to hit.
Oh.
Do you mind giving me Quover's AC, and then I'll just see how many of them
Oh,
hit?
it's very low. It's 13.
Okay. So with a
5 or lower.
5. Okay. That's 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4 hit. The 5th one is a crit. 1 misses. 1 miss. That's 6. 2 misses. Oh shit! I've lost count.
It's all right. You got one more.
Yeah.
Okay. So that one hits as well. So that's 8
5.
hits. One of which is
No, it's 5 hits, one of which is a crit. 6 hits, one of which is a crit. Sorry.
Yeah, I think there was one extra one. I counted 7 because I was just counting the
Wow.
only 2 of them failed.
Yeah, 6 hits, the one's a crit.
No, there's 10 of them.
Oh, there's
it's
10 of
them.
them. Oh, I missed.
Yeah. Okay, if only 2 failed, sorry, then I lost track as well. Just roll as if it was 9 hits, because if you've missed twice but got a crit,
Okay.
we'll worry about the
that's,
additional.
9d4 plus 36.
And no, hold on. But so don't. Well, I guess it won't matter. Almost certainly.
You wouldn't double
Okay.
the modifier on 1, but if it's 36,
It's 39.
of them.
Yeah, you kill me.
32.
I don't know what you're expecting. You murder me.
I thought you had more hit points than that.
I'm a bard. I have 3. I had 6 corrupted hit dice.
Yeah.
You murder me.
This is true.
Yeah,
is
they
that
whiz
okay?
around the room and just,
And I'm dead, stone dead.
Oh shit.
that was massive damage.
No, it wouldn't matter. It would kill me, and it would hit me enough times, right?
Even if you're down, yeah.
It would, because I would auto fail death saves, right?
You technically fail too because it's a crit, technically. Because of
Murdered.
Just want to double check, Nate, that this is absolutely okay.
I mean, do you feel it's okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Yes.
And technically, it was the rubble that
But no, I'm
killed
dead.
you.
I mean, I just said find him. You know, I didn't.
they found
say-
him with the sharp end.
Cool. So none of those attacks hit. Still invisible. Let's move on. Next round. All right, my turn. Sick. You heard it, DM? Chat, sound off. The chat, I'm sure, will vindicate this.
They will rally
So
behind you.
Okay,
As
so you get
the-
bludgeoned to death. It's not best.
As the books, the burning books that you set down yourself, and the rubble flies all in your direction, you watch as they initially are just kind of bouncing off of something unseen, and then eventually that thing becomes seen. You can see that it is bloodied and beaten, and they just keep coming until Quover lies lifelessly. There's still one statue to go.
Found him. But yeah, I guess as a
Bonus action.
bonus action.
It's all
I
your
will-
actions, traitor.
Yeah. I will go and stand.
Oh, she's bitter
No,
today.
you know what? Actually, I'm going to walk over to his body and pick up his rucksack and say to the others, he was going to try and spread whatever garbage he was going to spread. I'd like to go home, please. Yes.
Sorry, what?
Oh, come on. You can tell I'm not from here.
Well, the accent did give it away a little bit, but
But there's no Irish people in this plane at all, ever.
it's Irish.
The plane's called Corazon, which is Spanish for heart, so I'm guessing all of us are doing it like this.
You have
Spicy.
betrayed us.
It is unacceptable.
You killed my father. So you're not going to. So you're just picking up the backpack.
I'll do what I can to protect the rest of you from that, but this makes sense. I'm the one that helped create the device to stop this from getting any further.
Well,
It
you know,
makes
normally,
sense, right?
Nora, people ask. They don't just send a load of rubble to go and kill someone. Normally they say, would you mind, would you mind if I went through the portal, not Quover, who sadly is deceased?
Quover, who definitely was not going to give any of us a chance to do that regardless.
No, frankly, you cold-bloody murdering someone at the end of the world doesn't give me much faith that you're actually going to deliver a message and you're not just going to go to whatever home you come from.
I like my home. I would like it to continue to exist.
I'm going to interject at this point and say we're probably pushing the boundaries of a 6 second round.
Drama, Sean.
No.
Attack.
Quover, no. The plane is so attuned to the soul of Quover that a dilation has occurred. And that you can feel the last quakes of the universe give out hope.
Did the small shards destroy Quover's moustache?
No.
That's.
I can't be impartial in answering that question. I know my
An
answer, but
indestructible
again,
mustache.
Evie, it is your turn now.
Okay. So, talking as a free action comes back around for another 5 seconds, right? No. Okay, I was pushing my luck.
If you've got one thing you can say, I'll allow it. But we're pushing time.
Come with me. I'd love to try and see if you could. Genuinely.
Oh no, that sounds interesting. Oh no, can I roll intelligence to see if there would be any possibility we could outsmart this thing and try and get something else across?
Give me an Arcana roll, which
do that.
you should be happy with.
Okay, that was a 19 on the dice, and I have plus 13 for Arcana.
Oh wow. There's not a lot that you kind of have faith with in this situation, but one of the things that was made very kind of apparent from the vision was that it is going to recognize if it's overloaded. It might work, but it's going to make it significantly harder. I mean, okay, we all know the fly. In universe, it's probably going to involve some sort of teleportation malfunction if you do try to overload it.
Come on, a character that's 2 characters whose parts spliced. Come on, make it happen.
But
I know it's not my turn.
Can we then do like a Brundle situation where you both have to talk at the same time and you have like you have a mishmash of class abilities where it's like, yep, you have level 1s and 4 of wizard, but
I mean, we
really want to try now if you just have Arcana's voice in the back of your head for action.
What are you doing with your turn?
Does it look like whoever strikes the final pose activate it for someone else, or is there any information that can be
as part of your Arcana roll? I will say that you are fairly confident that there's going to be it's going to have to warm up. So once you strike the final pose, there will be one more round, and then you will have the final say. Whoever finishes it off gets to have the last round.
In which case, Arcana will use. Let me have a look. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Bonus action to strike the pose.
Okay, please roll me the intelligence save. Not save. Do that.
Is it just plus the normal bonus?
It's just
spell attack. Spell attack.
Spell attack. Oh, that was okay. Because I rolled an at 20. And I have plus 10 on spell attacks.
That'll easily do it.
Murder the statue, I think, is technically how you succeed at that.
So as you strike this final pose, all 4 statues turn the green of fields, a colour that you've not really seen for a very long time. And you watch as the plinth begins to start originally in that kind of purple and kind of starts moving through that colour wheel.
Hey, and I will make my way over to where it looks like the portal will come. I will say to Nora, you're on. Let's see what happens. We got this. And turn my gun to fade. Sorry, love. I just think you're going to get in the way. And I'm sorry.
Go on, sweetheart. What is it you want to do?
Fucking
I would like-
brutal.
I would like
no
to...
need.
Harrison. But I'm doing it.
Go on then.
Okay,
Go
and
on then, Flower.
I fire a firebolt at you. That's a 19 plus 10, so a 29 to hit.
It doesn't hit, Evie. It hits. Absolutely hits.
Okay, so that is 2. That's 2d10 plus a d8 plus. Is there anything within 5 feet for advantage on that? That's a sneak attack.
I would probably say that the circumstances aren't quite there because you're not. It's not your allies that are near it. So
your cannon not canonically within 5 foot of Fade.
Interesting.
Because your cannon was posing.
Because this is going to affect.
Do count as an ally, for the purpose of this. I did look it up. I think.
I think because it's going to affect 2 players, I'm going to roll a dice and determine whether. So, odds, I'm going to rule in Liz your favour. Evens, I'm going to roll in yours, Evie. And I'm going to do it digitally as well so that I can't be seen to be picking favourites. So it'd be great if I could
We all
find...
know you love Barbara. Sean. We all know that Barbara's your favourite.
Well, that is the thing. If Barbara's within 5 foot of you, then that technically probably means that Barbara is not going to be on the plinth. So that's the trade-off.
Make a new one. You can literally make a new one on a short rest. It's no bigs.
Yeah, I can do it every day.
That was evens.
I can't remember
So
what that means.
sneakies.
Huh?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, let's see. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That's 30.
30 total.
30 total.
Amazing. Doesn't KO me, but there will be the hellish rebuke coming your direction.
Really?
I have pre-rolled it. 24 is what I rolled on.
It's an alley, but I'm alright.
Okay.
It doesn't even eat into the temporary hit points.
You get what you give, I'll say.
If that's everything on your turn, Evie. Chris, can I get a death saving throw for Shurg?
Yeah.
Come on, Shurg.
Yep, I'm fine.
Okay.
1 pass. Although I'm aware there are lots of angry things around at the moment.
Yeah. Now, monster turn.
There's also less things to hit now.
Yeah.
Liz,
Actually,
you're
no,
up
there's
next.
not, because they couldn't see Quiver anyway.
Liz, you're up next.
Oh boy, what am I going to do, Evie?
Go be alive. I brought this on myself.
It's fucking smite o'clock, baby.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to roll a dice to see what she's going to do, because I literally do not know.
Mm-hmm.
You two better enjoy it. I'm going to turn around and I'm going to start hitting the creatures with my greatsword.
Too good for this party.
20 to hit the first. 20 to hit the second.
Hits.
We've got 14 greatsword, 11 greatsword, so that is 25 for the weapon.
Ooh.
I'm gonna smite on both. The first is the second level. The
Well,
second is the first.
I will tell you if that was the total damage. You've ticked off 2 of them.
Amazing.
If you've turned on the ones that were over Shurg, the burned ones, then they are dead.
Cool. Amazing. What I would be doing next is using Healing Hands on Shurg, but I don't have that in my remit right now because I've used all of my action stuff.
Okay.
You've killed the things that were attacking me, so I might be okay.
Sure, it's fine.
So in the interest of just kind of being as expedient as I can, a couple of creatures are going to kind of come towards you. One is going to, unfortunately, start devouring Shurg on the floor. So that's your next.
Okay.
There's going to be a couple on, about 3 on Fade, which is going to be a. The first one is an 18 and a 17.
No.
Don't think it's going to do anything. The next ones are lower. A 17 again, but then a 22.
Will hit.
The 22 deals 13 points of slashing and 2 radiant. You still standing?
Just there'll be a reaction hellish rebuke on that.
Lovely. No, you've had your turn since Evie, so yes, you can absolutely do that.
18 points back of fire damage.
Another one burns up. There is going to be a couple that just descend on the last 2 people in the room. 2 attacks each. Not playing favourites. So Evie, I'll do you first. That is a 26 and an 11.
No, 20. Sorry?
26 and an 11. So the 11 doesn't hit.
11 doesn't hit. Shield won't do shit. So one of them hits.
That is rolled quite low on the first one. That is 8 points of slashing, 4 points of radiant.
8, 4. Okay.
On Nora, that is 16 and a 25.
I will silvery barbs the. No, there's no point. Oh god, but they might. No, I'll take it. Fine.
You take it.
Actually, no, I'll shield so the 16 doesn't hit. So I'm only taking 1.
Okay, that is a 10 slashing, 1 radiant. Nat, are you doing anything particularly on your turn?
I'm asking you, Sean, as DM, whether you think there's anything, given Nora's backstory that she was researching planar travel, and obviously fucked things up, accidentally ending up here. Is there anything, based on what she knows, that she could do to try and stabilize this or give it a little bit more juice to genuinely see if Arcana could come through as well?
So Nora would have spent enough time looking into planes, planar travel, that sort of thing, that she's aware that it's such a delicate balance with these things, and quite a lot of the time the arcane devices that are put in place to manage these require such a vast amount of power that no one person would be able to add that extra kind of kick. So it's going to be one or the other of you, and very little more.
Okay. I'm going to head over to the central plinth where we need to be. Take a look at Fade fighting off the last of them. And the thought crosses her mind of trying to protect Fade a little longer. And then she sort of wearily resigns herself to, very well, we got this far, no backing down now. Evie, could you please make me a con saving throw?
Yes, I can. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Nice. My silvery bobs it.
Do I need to roll again?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
silvery bars is always something that happens to other people.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. You effectively roll it with disadvantage. Effectively.
That was only one less.
Fair enough. Then, in that case, you'll see Nora go over to the central plinth where you need to be. Look across to Fade, then look to you, and look like she's doing something in the air that looks like maybe trying to adjust a clock in your direction, and nothing happens. And then a little look of panic goes through her eyes. And that's it.
Okay. Evie, what do you do? I'm guessing you're both on the plinth at this point.
Yeah. I think so. It's going to activate pretty sharpish, right?
End of this round. Yeah, it's close.
Just going to pull Nora close a little bit and just say, "You motherfucker! I really wanted to see what would happen," and just kick you off.
Okay.
Starter kick.
Assassin's Creed this.
I love that. I love that your answer to like the wizard trying to do something is like, you weigh 12 pounds. I'm literally gonna pick you up like this, and then just turn and then just drop you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Smarter.
They're both weak as shit. Come on.
I think.
Actually, my armor, I can do a thing that means I can do this.
Oh, is this the
Shit, I might
shunt
animate
power?
objects.
You do? Yeah, you can have all your objects destroy Arcana.
That's mean.
Sorry, I'm getting confused with my name.
All of Nora's animated objects are still just beating on Quover's corpse. They're busy.
I'll be fair.
It's a jelly. It's a bummer.
I'll be fair because I forgot. They will have gone to pommel the things that Fade was fighting.
Nice. I think it's got to come down to a contested strength check to see if you can kick her off.
Just so you know, because of my armor, I'm using my strength mod. My
Intelligence mod.
Intelligence mod. Yeah. I know that you've got the armor thing. So.
Ooh.
Could you?
So this is straight strength.
Yes. Yeah. And I can see Nat, you've rolled on.
I rolled
online,
a strength check. Should it have been a saving throw?
No.
No, check.
I got 18.
Yeah. Nora gets booted off. And just as you do that, you just manage to kind of withdraw your limb into the space as the energies begin to shine around you. The ceiling above you glows with a green glow of this verdant green that you'd previously seen. And Arcana, you are stood in a strange city.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sean. Sorry.
Yeah.
As I'm being booted, can I throw the not the
Backpack.
rucksack? The rucksack is heavy. Nora will pull from her coat pocket a second device to stop the planar, to block it, and throw it at Arcana.
Yeah, happy for that.
Do the fucking job then.
So you managed to catch this device, the secret second device that Nora had on her person. And you are now stood in a city on a cobbled street, buildings around you made of wood, not giving birth to monstrosities and swarms of creatures, which is what you've become used to the past 6 months. And as you kind of carry your beaten and bloodied person to the nearest healer, you learn that this strange place is known as Neverwinter. And Nora and Fade, as the sliced dissipates and Arcana is no longer stood on the plinth, you look around at the creatures swarming in on you. You know what you got to do.
Fireball everything!
And that is where we will draw this to a close. So, thank you everyone for coming along with us on this journey of tragedy and betrayal that was tonight's show. And yes, I pre-wrote that message because I had an inkling. If you enjoyed tonight, we play every Monday and Tuesday from 6 p.m. GMT or 10 a.m. PST. Next Monday, I believe we will be beginning our new campaign DM'd by Ali, Distorted Revelation. And from next Tuesday, we'll be continuing with our ongoing campaign Fracture, DM'd by the lovely Chris. You can also join us on Fridays from 6 p.m. GMT. Time zones. Other time zones are available. For Talking as a Free Action, our question dungeon, or for Talk Together, the chat show where we let the dice decide the questions. All of our shows are streamed at twitch.tv/rolltogetherrpg, and you can find all of our content archived at youtube.com/rolltogetherrpg. There are also podcast versions of our shows available everywhere, so just search for Roll Together RPG. We want to give a massive thank you to our D20 Club on Patreon. There'll be a link in chat now, so please do join them, as every coin helps us to make the content that we do. Big thank you again to all of our sponsors and supporters, and don't forget we're all over the socials as Roll Together RPG. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon.